I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Thank you for joining us here at the RTA for the City Council meeting. Today, our invocation will be given by Pastor Rob Bailey with Southside Community Church.
Let's pray. Our Father, we thank you for the privilege of living in this beautiful city. We thank you for the staff that work so hard behind the scenes to serve the citizens here. We thank you for our law enforcement officers, for the fire department and other first responders. We pray that you would keep them safe as they protect us. And as our leaders gather together, we pray for our mayor, Paulette Guajardo. We pray for all of our city council members. We pray for our city manager, Peter Zanoni, that you would pour out your wisdom on them. And as they listen, as they deliberate, as they decide, as they lead, we pray your blessings upon them. In Jesus' name we ask, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Pastor Bailey. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Nathan Sheeran. He is a senior at Richard King High School, graduating top 10 in his class, president of the Science National Honor Society.
Go Mustang. Yeah.
There you go.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you so much, Nathan, and good luck. City Secretary Rebecca Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley. Here. Everett Roy.
Present.
Dan Suckley.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Would you like to go ahead and do the security briefing?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So in the event of an emergency, we will exit the boardroom to my right, the council's left, and proceed towards the west stairwell down to the first floor, where you will exit through the west side doors. Once outside, you will continue toward the clock tower adjacent to the transfer station. So I will account for all the council members, and I will also be the last one out to ensure everyone gets out safely. 3 things to remember during an emergency. 1 is please do not use the elevator. 2, please only return once the all clear has been given. And 3, lastly, if we need to shelter in place, we will do so in the west side stairwell. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Next on our agenda is the city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. We do have 2 items this morning, and I do have 2 staff presenters that will cover both of them. Our first is going to be done by our Assistant Director for Contracts and Procurement, Joshua Crongley, and he has a very exciting presentation. I don't have to do much or anything really to introduce it because he has such a good presentation. He presented to the executives recently on the same topic, and we wanted to show the council and the community here as well. The event he's going to talk about is something he organized, and it's regional wide, and it's this Friday, and it's to help our local contracting community work for the city of Corpus Christi. So with that, let me turn it over to Joshua.
Thank you very much. Josh Cronley, Assistant Director for Finance and Procurement. I have a presentation, looks like they're bringing it up right now. Next slide, please. So what I have to talk to you about today is the first ever Coastal Bend Contracting Summit. This is an event for contractors of all sizes. The idea is we're going to have about 30 of the regional contracting authorities within our region there to engage with business owners, suppliers, so that everybody can understand what it takes to do business with the city and business within our area. Our idea is to engage and promote economic development. We want to encourage and increase competition in our solicitations, and we want to spotlight all the wonderful work that the city does through our departments. Next slide, please. So the event will be, like I said, Friday, December 1st, from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the American Bank Center. We're going to be in the Water Gardens room, which is on the second floor. And we do have a little video that we're going to play for you that our communication team has already posted to Facebook, and we're working to get out into the media.
Are you a small business in the Coastal Bend looking for an opportunity to grow? I'd like to personally invite you to the Coastal Bend Contracting Summit. This event will help local businesses learn how to do business with the city and will give you the opportunity to meet with large prime contractors that award billions of dollars in contracts annually. All types and sizes of businesses are invited to attend, whether you provide professional services, specialize in manufacturing of goods, or provide services such as pressure washing, roofing, and everything in between. This event is for you. The Coastal Bend Contracting Summit is a partnership between the City of Corpus Christi and our partners at Del Mar College, the Apex Accelerators. As an extra incentive, the first 50 people who register at the city's photo booth will receive free headshots by the city photographer. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Please register today.
Very good.
Next slide, please. So in terms of event logistics, the plan is to have, like I said, we have over 30 different contracting authorities that are going to be there and having their own booth. City staff will set up their booths the day before. The plan is to have representation from about 25 of the city departments who engage or have services or goods that they procure from the local area or from the area in general. And then we'll through gracious sponsors, through both the city water department and through the Corpus Christi Economical Regional Development Corporation, we've been able to secure food for all the booth holders, and there'll be snacks and refreshments for all of the event attendees. Next slide, please. The overall venue is set up so that the city has its own separate section that you can see at the bottom of the map shown on the slide right now. The idea is that will be the city street where you can engage in business with the various city departments. All of our other event holders will be in the booths located throughout the center of the event. Next slide, please. We do have a list of speaking engagements. There are going to be multiple topics that are discussed from many of the authorities in the area. The city will be speaking. We'll have our Apex Accelerator group at Del Mar College speaking. Our water department is going to speak and a few others. We also have opportunity for executive leadership or city council to make some comments to everyone after lunch. Next slide, please. So with that, I'm going to stand by for any questions.
Can I just, Mayor, before he does, I want to thank Josh for being a leader and creating this program. Nobody told him to do this. From our leadership team, it was something he recognized would benefit the city and the contractors, and so he single-handedly, with his team, helped to set this up and organize it. And has done an excellent job all the way through today's presentation. And then, Josh, just one question, then I'll turn it over to the mayor. Give us some examples of the other 30 partnering agencies that'll be there.
Certainly, we have the Port, the RTA, this group that's graciously provided us this space. I have both colleges, Del Mar College. I also have some TAMU CC. They also have some federal contracting bodies, so the local DOD and a few other groups are going to be there. So it's
And
The port?
beyond the city reach as well, right? You'll have some from other...
Yes, we have other municipalities that have been invited to attend too. We've heard from the county, many others, so.
Right. Mayor?
Yes, yes, sir.
Hey, Josh, thank you so much for doing this. I know many times I went to the Bear County function of that for MBEs and MWBs, and I mean, it's a great event, and I'd imagine, I'd always said that why can't we have a similar event? You know, obviously it's a huge scale, and it's a whole bunch of purchasing opportunities. I know we've discussed this in the past, and I really appreciate all the work you're doing. You know, one thing component that in the future or something, you know, when I used to chair at the MOC, the biggest challenge that we had is the expectation of getting paid. You know, a lot of time vendors, particularly those that you're trying to attract new ones, you know, I've told, you know, we do obviously public work in our sector, and, you know, typically there's obviously going through the procurement process, you know, there's a cost of acquisition, and then getting into the payment system. And then typically it could be, and if you make an error, and it's maybe whether it be your fault or a situation that, you know, the T's not crossed or the I's not dotted, you know, sometimes it's 60 to 90 days before that first payment comes, but once you get it done, it's done like clockwork. So, you know, I just kind of encourage you, and you may be doing it already, is that making vendors aware or contractors aware of that process, so that way they won't be frustrated, particularly if they're a smaller firm. You know, like ours, and then that way they're having to carry that overhead, or carry that float, so to speak. But, you know, but once again, it's a great start. I look forward to having it every year, and I'm sure it'll grow every year.
Absolutely, and I did provide the dais copies of our new vendor packet, and in there we do talk about we have a full fact sheet on payment information and how we collect and how our payment process works and all of the terms and conditions from our purchase order, and that's primarily what we're going to be there to discuss and meet with the vendors, is educate them on what that process looks like. We're also going to have a multitude of businesses that can help small businesses scale. We're going to have SCORE, Lift Fund, several other entities that are going to be there in attendance that can help with that float, so to speak.
All right, excellent, excellent, good job.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Presley, do you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Josh, so the video you showed, which I thought was really good, and great work, by the way, this is, I think, really good. Where are we going to show that? On our website?
Yes, sir. It's already live on Facebook.
Okay.
You know, maybe my hope is that we can get additional exposure and provide that to maybe some of our
Maybe
local networks.
Our local networks will give us a little time to do that. Yeah, I think the video is great. And but anyway, great work, and thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
That's all.
Just to clarify, so it's on our social media networks like Facebook, Twitter, and so on?
Yes, sir.
Plus on the city's Facebook page, but good point, if the local news outlets could give us a few minutes, we'd appreciate it as well, because that is a great video, and it really succinctly tells what's going on this Friday. Good point, Councilman.
Great. Yeah, wonderful, thank you.
All right.
Yes, okay, and just, we also wanted to recognize, I think Josh may have said it, but one of the contributing sponsors for this event is HEB, helping with some of the food provisions for the working persons that'll be there. So we want to thank HEB for being a great corporate partner with the city and the region. Great, thank you, Josh, we appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
And then, Mayor and Council, the second and other item on my city manager report is an update on code enforcement process that Al Raymond, the Director of Development Services, is going to give. Councilman Pusley and I, when we meet in our one-on-one meetings, like I do with all the council, Councilman Pusley suggested we get an update. It's been several months, 6 months to be exact, since the code enforcement unit was moved to Development Services, following a statewide best practice setup where code is in a similar department where development codes are reviewed and checked and inspected. So we want to provide the council and the community with an update on the progress in this first 6 months, and Al Raymond's going to do that for us.
Thank you, Peter. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services, and as Peter said, this is a briefing of Code Compliance Division update. Next slide, please. Great. City of Corpus Christi, we're committed to creating a more efficient, effective, and functional code compliance operation. And to that end, on June 1st of this year, the code compliance group team was moved to the Development Services Department. Next slide, please. On the left-hand side of this slide is the budgeted staff of that group. I have 32 code officers in the field. I've got 6 administrative staff in the office, 2 code compliance supervisors, 1 manager, and 1 assistant director. Of those 42 individuals, 11 of those individuals were funded through the CBDG grant, the Community Development Block Grant. In this current budget, we requested and council approved to move 5 members from the CBDG fund into the general fund. And on this upcoming budget season, we'll request to remove the remaining 6 members from CBDG to the general fund, primarily because the CBDG funds requires work only within their areas, right? So whether they're in the office or whether they're in the field, the officers can only do work in the CBDG areas designated throughout the city. So it kind of limits the ability to have a global code enforcement operation. Thus, we requested and received approval to move staff, and hopefully this next budget session will do the same. On the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see the actual staff. Of all of that, you see it says I'm almost at 30% vacancy rate, right? So you don't have to count, I have 21 officers in the field. If you can imagine that, 21 officers in the field to cover 155 square miles, which means we've got a lot of work to do. 2 Saturdays ago, I think it was 2 Saturdays ago, we had a job fair. It was a great opportunity for us, a great turnout. A ton of people came out for development services and for code enforcement. We've interviewed and we've made 10 offers. I have 11 vacant positions in my code compliance officer positions, and so hopefully if all 10 accept, that'll drive my vacancy rate down to probably something under 5%. Next slide, please. What we did initially, we worked with HR before code was transitioned to reclassify, on the right-hand side of the slide, to reclassify positions to create kind of an upward mobility, right? A growth path for individuals where they come in at the bottom and they want to stay into the field, they can work their way up. Working with HR, which was a great, we collaborated together and we created what you see before you. We have the initial entry individual with no experience, as we call an investigation officer. We have a Code Compliance 1 officer, Code Compliance 2 officer, Senior Code Compliance officer. That's new because that wasn't existing before. We have, of course, our Code Compliance supervisors. And each of these new positions came with a grade increase and also a salary increase, and that was important to that group. On the left-hand side, you see what we've done with the group. We took the members that we had and we divided them into 5 teams, 1 team for each district, and hopefully your senior code compliance officer has reached out. You know that individual. We did that to create more of a community feel within each district, right? That you get to know the individuals, you get to know the lead in that area. As you can see, the last bullet on the left-hand side states with the 21 officers that I have in the field, that means that each individual officer has to cover an average of 7 square miles. At one of my community meetings, I said 10 square miles, so that was a little exaggeration, but 7 is still a lot to cover, and so we need to address that. Next slide, please. What we've done, code compliance, when code compliance transitioned over, and sorry, I'm saying code compliance, you know them as code enforcement. We're changing the name from enforcement to compliance. I think it's easier, it flows off the tongue better. But they have a great and a very detailed and rigorous new hire training program, which we think is great. We've collaborated and included that in our standard Wednesday trainings. We train, as you know, on the 1st and 3rd Wednesdays of each month, 2 hours in the morning from 8 to 10. It's been great. And what that has done now, since they've been there for, as Peter said, for 6 months, it says 11, but I found out yesterday an additional individual has passed. So since that group has come, almost 30% of that team has either gotten their state requirement Code Officer 1, their state required Code Officer 2, or an ICC certification. That's almost 30%. That's really great. As you know, also in the budget year that we're in now, Council approved for us to incentivize the code enforcement staff, the code compliance staff, so that once they achieve their base certification, any certifications they get above that, they can get incentive pay for that certification. So that helps boost morale, it helps retention, it helps a lot of things. In addition to that, we've worked with Josh, and you heard him talk about construction contracts getting more construction companies or individuals local involved in our process. What we've done when working with Josh, we've looked at the contracts that we've had. We have been able to increase the rate of pay for some of the services we're requesting, and we reduced the insurance requirements so that more small business owners, if you will, could participate in this overall process. And you see there kind of the bulk of the contracts we need from the local business entities that we need to engage in helping build a better Corpus Christi. So thanks to Josh and procurement, we've put this in works, and I want to say since June, we've added 5 new contractors for a total of 10. We normally work with an average of 10 to 15, and for some reason, a lot of that has fallen off. But we've added 5, and we have a lot to catch up with, but everything looks like it's headed in the right direction. Next slide, please. So what's next? As I said earlier, I have 32 positions, right? And if all those 32 positions were filled, the city that they cover is approximately 155 square miles, which means that one individual would be required to cover approximately 5 square miles if I was fully staffed. And even that is a lot. I think that's really, it's too much to ask for one individual to cover effectively, to manage effectively. We have done some benchmarking and found that the sweet spot, if you will, is 3 square miles. That's still a large area, but we can touch and feel and get to know the community in an area, a smaller area. So one of the things we'll be bringing forward to council during this budget season, this upcoming budget season, in order to get to 3 square miles, that means I would need 20 additional staff members, which means code enforcement would grow from 32 to 52 code officers or boots on the ground. Of course, we're going to do that incrementally. I'm not going to come and ask for 20 staff right out of the gate, but I'm going to ask for additional staff because it helps us create the Corpus Christi that I think we all want to see. In addition to that, many of our challenges are with our mowing contractors, if you will. And so one of the things I would like to do, I think is beneficial for us, is to set up 2 fully staffed and equipped mowing teams, right? Again, I'll bring that forward in this budget season. Of course, we crawl, we walk, and then we run, so I'll probably ask for 1 team and then hopefully add another team in the subsequent years to come. And then finally, one of the things I think that we found out since I've been in this for really about 6 months, I found out that a lot of individuals want to do what's right for their property, but they don't have access to equipment or even mowing equipment, right? So I'd like to bring forward also, and we'll talk about it this budget season, to create a community tool shed, right, for tools and equipment and those kinds of things so that we can help. Earlier this summer, we, Development Services, participated in the Habitat for Humanity, and a lot of people in my group and even in the code compliance group, they have other skills and they could do these kinds of things to help indigent, to help disabled, to help individuals that probably don't have the resources to repair a fence or fix a fascia or, cut their yard or whatever, or pick up the trash that it's kind of gets a little out of control. So these are some of the things that we'll be bringing forward that I think will help everyone engage in terms of building and helping create the Corpus Christi that ultimately I think we all want to see. Next slide, please. Additionally, what we'll be doing also is moving to Centos Uniform Services just to create and this is for all of development services, not just the code compliance staff, a press set of pants, a press shirt to help improve our professional appearance, I think would be great. Many of you who see the code compliance, code enforcement vehicles, that will remove those decals and cover those decals with simply the City of Corpus Christi Development Services decals and logo. Hopefully, you know, as we put out, since the group has come, we started in July, and we put out a monthly report to be transparent, to say, hey, here's what we've done, right? We put our report for each district. It's a lot of numbers on the report. It's one page, because I wanted to be short and sweet, but it also, the most important thing, it has the number of the senior code enforcement officers in the area, so that any of you could reach out and say, hey, let me dive a little deeper into what's going on in the area. So I think that's great. We send it to council individually, and we also post it on our website. In January, we passed the 2021 international codes. We didn't, the 2021 International Property Maintenance Code wasn't a part of that, so hopefully we'll bring that before council before the end of the calendar year, I hope, or either early in January. And as you know, we Development Services launched N4 Rhythm, which is our dynamic portal, and DigiPlan, which is our document review module, and we're looking to transition code compliance to our N4 platform. They currently use GovQA, and we're looking to transfer them to the N4 platform, and hopefully that will occur sometime in the summer of 2024. Next slide, please. Thank you. We've implemented, or we're working to implement electronic citations, and it creates efficiencies between what we have now as the manual process and writing out citations, handwritten citations, and getting them logged in municipal court. So that'll be a great electronic improvement for efficiencies. Eliminates a lot of errors that could be caused with, you know, just handwriting citations. And finally, because I am stretched with staffing problems in code enforcement, we started, and we talked, and I feel like we started and agreed to work one Saturday each month starting in November. And that is for many reasons. One, we are sort of behind, as you can imagine, with 21 staff members, but in addition, working on Saturday allows us to catch up, or in other words, not fall so far behind, because during Monday through Friday, the 311 calls that set our plate for any kind of complaint, which is great, it's just Saturday becomes a day that we don't have to respond to those kinds of calls. We can just focus on, you know, inspecting the area and getting to know, really just getting to know individuals. And just to give you an idea, on November 4th, we conduct 20 of my 21 team members were working on that Saturday. We conducted 114 inspections, which is about 6 a day, 6 each, and we issued 138 violations, notice of violation. So it is an effective day. It helps us, dare I say, catch up. It helps us get our arms around the big challenge in front of us. And of course, as I always say, it helps us create the Corpus Christi that I think we all love and want to see. So that is my presentation, and I'll stand by for any questions if there are any.
Right, Mayor, before I turn it back over to you, I want to thank Al for, this is another good example of a leader wanting to do more. And so Al actually approached us and said, hey, I want to take this operation over because I know we can do better. So I want to thank Al for doing that, and Michael Dice for doing that, as well as Tracy Cantu, who's in front, who's the leader of the people. One thing you can't see in Al's presentation is the teammates, the team members. They feel, I think, better connected now, and we all know we work better when we feel good about who we work with and who we work for. And recently at a Thanksgiving lunch that Al invited me to at Development Services, I got a chance to speak to a big group of code enforcement officers, and they were very excited to be working for the city, for Al and their job. Some of them were new, but they all looked great. They had good-looking uniforms and a real excited, talented group of people. You can't see that today, so I did want to highlight that. Thank Al for that as well. So I'll turn that back over to you.
Thank you, Al. And it sounds like this is a great transition. And so we are grateful for this, and I'm excited to see, what comes, and I really do appreciate you. I have always encouraged, tell it, and I know there's a process for it, but tell us what you need, because we can't sit up here and complain about things and then you don't have the manpower or you don't have the tools you need. And it may take some time, but we're absolutely very grateful to know if we want to see true improvement. It is a process, but you are telling us directly, here's what I need. So we appreciate that, and thank you for your leadership. I think Councilman Hunter, and then we had Suckley, and then Campos, and Pusley and Hernandez.
Mayor, you might want to wait until after public comment.
Yeah, we can bring it back.
Oh, we do. It's 12:02. So let's do that. Mr. Raymond, we'll come back to the questions as soon as, right after public comment. So right now, let's see, Mr. Risley, would you please review the council meeting rules of decorum?
Citizens are
Thank you, Gil.
authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you very much. Now I'm writing down my order. Okay, thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in the order in which they signed up electronically. In-person public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual public comment. Corpus Christi residents will take precedence over non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I just want to remind everyone that there is a recording being made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located here at the podium. State your name and address prior to speaking. And then begin your comments. There are two opportunities in which you can make public comment. One is at this time, and the other is at the time that we actually hear the item. So please choose one. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. And for those commenting in person, there is a timer here in front of Mrs. Huerta, and it will show you exactly how much time you have left. When you hear the buzzer, if you'll please conclude your statement, we would kindly appreciate that. If you have a petition or any information pertaining to your subject matter, if you'll please hand it to Ms. Huerta prior to speaking, she will hand it to us, and then you can start your comment. So with that, we will begin with Pooja Bindingnabel.
Good afternoon. My name is Pooja Bindingnavale, and I live at 309 Cape Cod Drive. I am here to let you know that our public libraries are an important and necessary part of our community, and they should be protected and cherished. Until recently, I sat on the library board. I am incredibly disappointed at the recent turn of events. I had hoped to be reappointed to my position as library board member, which I understand to typically be a mere formality. From what I have discerned, people came to the city council with books from the library that they believed were inappropriate. Many city council members, instead of doing their due diligence, were swayed by this propaganda. Some city council members are perhaps still unaware that the library board does not pick books, nor do we regulate the catalog. Our function is to listen to challenges on books. None of the above-mentioned books have been submitted into the challenge process. Had the city council ever attended even one library board meeting or bothered to ask any library board members through the process of having the books in question challenged. So even though you cared so much to replace us without telling us or notifying us of what we were allegedly doing wrong, you cared so little that you still have not even moved to remove these horrible books. I should also mention that prior to the newest board, I was the only Asian American board member and the only board member with school age and preschool age children, 5 of them to be exact. The only Jewish person on the board was also removed. I do not know if these demographics were filled with the new appointments. I do know that one current position was filled with someone whose only qualification was concerned citizen. I would like to thank the city council members that responded to our board's inquiries, including Mayor Guajardo, Sylvia Campos, Jim Klein, and Roland Barrera for communicating back to us. Thank you for your time and concern. Should the rest of you need assistance understanding or learning about any of the points I've mentioned, including propaganda, hypocrisy, credentials, policy, and procedure, I am happy to point you in the direction of your local library where you can find materials to further assist you. Public libraries have existed since the 1700s, and I hope that in Corpus Christi we are forward-thinking enough to understand that they are a treasure and should be treated as such. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Binding. I messed up your name, I'm sorry. A little bit. Okay, Mr. Tim Dowling.
Morning, council members.
Good
I'm
morning.
Tim Dowling. I'm a 42-year resident of Corpus Christi. I'm here to talk to you today about the shabby coordinated blindsiding hit job that was done on 3 members of the library board on November 14 by Councilman Ray's slate of 5 nominees that was clearly agreed to in advance by Mr. Pusley, Hunter, Hernandez, and Suckley. Mr. Roy, you should have had the courtesy to contact these 3 unpaid public servants, Ms. Hart, Dr. Natale, Ms. Benignavle, and say, I'm contacting to let you know I'm not supporting your re-nomination, and here's why. That way they could have defended themselves, but they were ambushed on November 14 and unfairly denied that opportunity. Putting forward a slate of nominees implies there is an agenda at work. The existence of an agenda was confirmed when it was decided that a nominee on the slate who refused to state her educational background and who listed no prior community activity was deemed superior to 3 current board members, the first a professional librarian with decades of experience, the second a person with more than 30 years of experience in higher education, and the third person you just heard from with a degree in biochemistry and a mother of 5 whose children regularly use the library. 2 of these people were the chair and vice chair of the board. On November 14, the board's experience and knowledgeable leadership was decapitated to advance an undisclosed agenda. This was radical action. There was absolutely no discussion of the merits of any of the respective nominees. You just voted. So what is this undisclosed agenda? Another nominee's background tells us. One of the nominees on Mr. Roy's slate is a leader of a local group at the far right of the end of the political spectrum. This person has been vocal in advocating before other local elected bodies that her group's views on what people should be allowed to read should trump the judgment of professional librarians. In other words, her group should have the power to limit what people think by limiting what they can read. The council members named earlier today clearly failed in both procedure and substance. The way these 3 serving board members were so casually cast aside is shameful. Word of it has gotten out, and it will spread. This shabby treatment will deter others from serving on city boards. I ask that the following corrective action be taken. I listened carefully twice today to the November 14th council meeting. Mr. Hunter deviated from the slate by voting for the lady you just heard from, Ms. Benignavle. Ms. Rabone did not receive 5 votes. So at a minimum, you have 1 open position on the board to fill. Next, remove 3 board members elected on November 14th and reinstate Ms. Benignavle, Ms. Hart, and Dr. Natale. Where there's a will, there's a way. We are blessed to have an extremely able attorney, an extremely able city secretary, and I'm sure they can present with you a way to correct this travesty. That could perhaps be done by ending the terms of the 4 other folks elected in a few weeks, thereby creating 5 vacant positions, and then do it right. But you also need a bigger action. Amend your procedures to require that any nominee appear on the agenda before your next council meeting. And Mr. Roy, I know Ms. Kirsten Crow at the Caller is interested in doing a story. I challenge her to contact her, sir, and tell us how you got your slate and why you thought that the persons I described earlier were better than a professional librarian, Ms. Benignavle.
Thank you, Mr. Dowling.
And someone with 40 years of experience in higher education. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dowling. And Ms. Huerta?
Mayor and Council, for the record, we did review the tape as well, and we recorded Councilmember Hunter's votes for, it was Carrillo, Rabon, Puja, De Los Santos, and Moore. So we do show 5 votes. It is correct that Councilmember Hunter voted for Puja, but he did not vote for Craig on the 5-member, I guess, slate that's being discussed. So we showed that he did vote for 5 people. I mean, there were 5 votes cast, and he did, it's correct. The vote is correct.
Okay, thank you. Sean Flanagan.
My name's Sean Flanagan. I live at 4218 Herndon Street. A whole lot of misinformation going around. First off, this book, Until the Sun Falls by Cecilia Holland. When I was teaching school, I used this book. This book is not in the Corpus Christi Public Libraries. Has it been banned? No, it has not been banned. It's widely available. The American Library Association had a recent campaign about banned books. Every single title on that is widely available, and the majority of them are in Corpus Christi public libraries. They got a banned book campaign with the books not being banned. It's unfortunate that what I had to bring and what other people brought to the attention of this council is there are books currently in the Corpus Christi Library in the children's sections that are explicitly written for children, designed to sexualize children. That case has been made. They are there because the current leadership of the library ascribes to the American Library Association standard that any age restriction on any material is censorship. It is not censorship to age restrict materials. Anybody with a common sense knows that some sexually explicit books might be great for adults, but you don't need them in children's hands. Age restricting certain materials that are currently in the library is adult supervision of children. That's what the problem is. Additionally, it should be noted for those folks that are worried why you needed a change with the library, the state of Texas board that controls the state of Texas board joined 7 other states recently in withdrawing from the American Library Association. If you look through all of the procedures concerning the removal of books from the library, you find that their procedures are an homage to the American Library Association, which, due to its radicalism, the state of Texas has withdrawn from. Furthermore, there's been aspirations cast on the character of certain new members of the library board, particularly those that have an association with Moms for Liberty. Moms for Liberty is a multiracial, multicultural group of mothers who join together to protect the civil rights of their children. Some horrible things have been made, comments made about these mothers who are trying to join together to protect their children. It's reprehensible. I congratulate that you guys were ready, and for the other people, if you examine that, you'll find that. In conclusion, I am thankful that we've got some people on the library board who will direct the policies and procedures to reflect the common sense of Corpus Christi and the values of Corpus Christi. Thank you for your actions in appointing them.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan.
Mayor, if I could, just for the
Yes.
for the viewing audience, just to point out to the city council as well, the city does not follow the American Library Association's standards. Yeah, the city does not follow the American Library Association standards. We follow the State of Texas Library Archives Commission standards. Is different than the American Library Association standards, just to point that out.
Okay.
Mhm.
May I address that? Yeah.
No.
No, we can't,
Thank
because
you.
yeah. Thank you, Mr.
Councilmember
Flanagan.
Ham.
Yeah, and we need, I think I mentioned this, we really need to look, I would like to know, there's talk about, well, the board doesn't approve anything, which I know they don't. They don't approve the books. Who approves the books? And I know that we are looking into it. But I think we need to be educated in
Yeah, we
what,
can
how
put a-
exactly
right.
what happens. What are these standards? What do they say versus, the others? So just all of that, because
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know
good.
that the
Maybe I'll
council
put an item on
understands
my
all.
city manager report for next week.
Pardon?
I can put an item on my city manager report for next week. We can have
Right,
our,
and my understanding was, and I made the comment that Miss Laura
our
Garcia,
library director.
yes,
Right.
was looking into all of that.
She knows it all, so she's putting it, we have the information, so we'll put an item on next week's council agenda, so that
Okay.
the full council in a public setting can hear the facts about how we
No, I know she
run the
knows all
library.
of that, but she
Yeah.
was looking into those books
Oh,
in terms
okay.
of who,
Right, yeah, and as Mr. Flanagan said, there is a process
Right.
to have the library professionals reevaluate books, and since 2020, since 2023, in the past 20 years, there's only been one time that process has been used, even through all this conversation in the last couple of weeks. There's a form you fill out, there's a process, we have processes, they're documented, they're available for the public to learn and utilize. So in the past 20 years, only one time, and that was back in 2003, was a request put in to reconsider the placement or the book in the library system. So we do have library professionals. They follow the State of Texas Library Archives Commission. In fact, we as a home rule city don't really control what we can put in our libraries. It's only what the state of Texas tells us through that commission that we can put in our libraries. That's what we can choose to either put in or not put in. So there's a lot of discretion that the state places upon us on what collections we can have in our libraries. And we'll have Laura talk about that next week.
Perfect. That's
Yes, ma'am.
exactly what I would like. Thank you. Susie Saldana.
Susilina Saldana, 4710 Hackle. This fits right into what I intend to talk to you about. Appointments. Appointments to your boards and commissions. It seems to me that lately you guys have done more than think about what you are appointing people to. I've heard rumors that we're not going to appoint any people that oppose us on this item or the other item. That's not the way it goes. You should be appointing people. You've got an appointment coming up for a port commissioner, and I've heard nothing but who's doing what to whom and who should be doing what to the other. What you should be doing is finding out who does the best job on that commission or who you will appoint that will do a good job there, instead of trying to manipulate the system for what is in your benefit. That's what needs to be done. You need to find the people that are suitable for those positions, that do a good job, and then reward them or then take them off if they're not doing it. But that's what you should do. And I'm telling you this because it's common knowledge right now from everybody that I hear about who you're picking and choosing. Are we on this side or are we on this side? How much money did that one give? How much money did that one give? Is that what you're looking at? Because if you are, we need to make a clean sweep of this council. If that's what you're doing, we really do need to make a clean sweep. But I have faith in you. I have faith that you will do the right thing for the right reasons. I know almost every single one of you, and I know that in your hearts, you want to do the right thing. So stop playing politics with appointments. The issue on those ladies that are talking about, you should have heard it before you make your appointment. And you shouldn't have agendas coming forward to do those things. It should be done legally, it should be done with professionalism, and it should be done by what you were elected to do. Elections are around the corner. You need to remember why you were elected and the people that elected you, to represent them, not to represent yourselves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Patricia Anderson.
Good afternoon, Mayor Guardo and City Council members. My name is Gail Anderson. I live at 409 Grant Place, and I'm a lifelong resident of Corpus Christi. I have been a library card holder for as long as I can remember. I want to thank our City Council for electing 5 amazing women to the library board. I heard there has been some pushback, obviously today, about these newly elected members, so I personally wanted to support them as well as express my concerns about the direction of the library recently. I know 4 of the new members and can attest that Pat Craig, Melinda De Los Santos, Carrie Moore, and Dolores Rabone are women of the highest character and are eminently qualified for serving on the board. I know our public library follows the American Library Association, and I wonder if they have the same value that we do here in Corpus Christi. The American Library Association promotes drag queen shows and age-inappropriate books for children. In August 2023, the Texas Public Library and Archives Commission withdrew from the American Library Association. Here's the Corpus Christi Public Library policy right here, And it says that they proactively follow the American Library Association. It's right here. I noticed this morning, this is a little segue, that my dishwasher pods have a warning label that says, "Keep out of the reach of children." Then I noticed those warning labels are on a lot of my household products. Why is that? Those labels are there to protect children. If manufacturers understand that certain items can be harmful to children, then why can't librarians? Furthermore, the Corpus Christi Public Library collection aims to provide collection for all audiences with a selection process specifically aimed at diversity. Well, for Pete's sake, how in the world can you provide diversity when you drive away a majority of the city's population? I am a book lover, and I have many fond memories of going to Parkdale and the downtown library, but I will not step foot in a library that takes its direction from Washington, D.C., who appear to be grooming children and openly promoting pornography. Where are the warning labels? Again, kudos for your selection of these 5 amazing women who are also mothers and grandmothers like myself and understand diversity includes all people, including children and families. So I look forward to using my library card again. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Vicki Natali?
Yeah, I didn't think Peter was right. I was pretty sure that they had showed that.
Hello, my name is Dr. Vicki Natali, and I live at 142 Naples Street. I'm grateful that past councils had appointed me to the library board, and I was looking forward to a reappointment, especially because I was going to be serving as the vice chair for this next year. I understand that the latest slate of candidates that were appointed appear to be supporting banning books in our public libraries, and that saddens me. Our country is built on individual freedom, and that includes freedom for adults to choose what they read. The American Libraries Association is a professional organization that was founded in 1876. Their freedom to read statement is powerful. Let me read a portion of it. The freedom to read is essential to our democracy. It is continuously under attack. Private groups and public authorities in various parts of the country are working to remove or limit access to reading materials and to purge libraries. These efforts at suppression are related to a larger pattern of pressures. The problem is not only one of actual censorship. The shadow of fear cast by these pressures leads to an even larger voluntary curtailment of expression. Now, as always in our history, reading is among our greatest freedoms. Every American community must jealously guard the freedom to publish and circulate in order to preserve its own freedom to read. The freedom to read is guaranteed by the Constitution. Those with faith in free people will stand firm on these constitutional guarantees of essential rights and will exercise the responsibility that accompany these rights. And you know, as much as some people may not like it, you need to remember that sensitive topics such as rape, incest, prostitution, gender identity, race relations are regularly made available to the public, including teens and children, through means other than books, such as lyrics and the music that you hear on radio or download on apps and on TV, even during prime time, and on every smartphone, tablet, laptop, and computer that's connected to the internet. And when such topics are presented in music and on TV and on the internet, they may include only visual or a small comment without context to develop an understanding of the sensitivity of the topic. I believe that books are the one source that most typically provide context to a subject and help the reader develop understanding and empathy. So do we really want to allow a small group of vocal citizens to limit our freedom to read books like To Kill a Mockingbird, which is an example of a book that has been frequently challenged? Because that's where we're headed if we allow book bans in our public library. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Natali. Isabel Araiza?
Hey, Isabel Araiza, 326 Ponish. Mariah Boone was unable to attend today. She sent her comments and shared them with For the Greater Good. I asked her if I could read them. She said yes, so here they are. Mariah writes, I'm writing to express my deep disappointment that this council has appointed a slate of book banners to the library board, and that after the public outcry over this travesty, none of the council members who voted for this slate filed a motion to reconsider the appointments. Book banning is a tool of fascists and has no place in a free society. Libraries are bastions of democracy devoted to freedom of speech and information. Undermining their purpose by appointing book banners was an un-American affront to patriotism and freedom. I am ashamed that our city would do such a thing and fearful of what it portends. Citizens of Corpus Christi who value democracy will be working hard to elect a future council that also does. Fascism is not welcome here. And now for my comments. I wrestled with what to say to you all that I haven't said already. This is all I came up with. Thank you. Thank you so much for showing the community that local elections matter. Thank you for showing us who you are, what you believe in, what you are willing to do, and who you have contempt for. You've used your position of power and privilege to side with hate, intolerance, ignorance, bigotry, and unfounded conspiracy theories. Thank you for showing the public that when you want to appoint your friends to positions of power and authority, you will demand that customs be followed. And thank you for showing us that when you want to appoint your friends to positions of power and authority, you will violate those same norms. Thank you for showing us that you do not read. Thank you for showing us that you do not think critically. Thank you for showing us that you are willing to support groups and people who demonize and criminalize the most vulnerable people of our community. Thank you for showing us who you are and what you believe in and what you are okay with. You know, social science research shows that suicide is the second leading cause of death among youth ages 10 to 24. And LGBTQ youth are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers. Part of the reason they are more at risk isn't because of their sexual orientation. Rather, their increased odds of committing and attempting suicide is in part because of anti-LGBT experiences and messages, in part because of a lack of social support and affirming spaces. It's because of people like you and the Sean Flanagans of our community. Your actions regarding the library committee appointments feed anti-LGBT messaging and actions. You had an opportunity to side with the vulnerable in our community. Rather, you voted in a way that makes vulnerable people less safe. You did that. You chose that. You sided with that. Time and time again, you've revealed yourself. And for that, I thank you. Thank you for showing who you are, what you believe in, and what you are willing to do and not do, and for whom. Thank you. And for the record, Moms for Liberty has actually been labeled an extremist group, and the American Historical Association condemns them and their actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Araiza. Alexis Wong?
Hi, Alexis Vong, 2333 Vaughn Drive. I spent a lot of time thinking. I reviewed some old city council recordings. They're pretty good, and, you know, there was a lot to say. I couldn't fit it all in 3 minutes, but I just wanted to say, on one hand, I'm surprised. On the other, I'm not really surprised. You know, there's been conspiracy theorists coming up here screaming about Marxists sexualizing children, and you guys have been listening to them. You've been appointing them to positions of power. And, you know, it occurs to me that they've been targeting only queer-friendly books as if that's the only sexually explicit content, while ignoring that, you know, their oh-so-precious Bible has some of the darkest writing ever known to man. Stories of slavery, of incest, of genocide, but that's okay, because they agree with it, so it's fine. And then they decide to target vulnerable groups like the trans community or just the queer community in general. And I was a trans kid. I grew up going to libraries, reading books, trying to learn about myself, and that is how I stand here today as me. But they wish to attack that. They do not wish for us to discover ourselves or to understand ourselves, because they like to attack vulnerable communities that can't fight back. Sorry. mean, surely I was hoping you guys would see reason, though. These are conspiracy theorists. They scream about Marxist. I don't understand how people could listen to that, and yet they did. They say the most hateful, disgusting things, some things I wouldn't say even to my worst enemies. And they say it so nonchalantly about such vulnerable people. These people are the reason, your actions are the reason that people like me have to stay hidden, that I don't feel safe when I go outside, because I have to keep looking over my shoulder, and one of these days, I'm afraid that one of them will be behind me. That is all.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Roseanne Norman.
Roseanne Hernandez Norman, 4629 Monette Drive. Hi, I wanted to thank you for the new board that you selected. I submitted an application for the library board, and I was not selected, but I think you did an even better thing. You selected some people that I know personally. They're very committed, they're very approachable, and they represent the opinions of those of us who care about our young children's souls. I wanted to say so many things after each person got up, but I'm just going to tell you a beautiful book that I read. I listen to a lot of audiobooks when I'm driving with my kids, and we do a lot of history. But one of the most beautiful books that I remember reading with them is The Tale of Despereaux. And in that tale, the mouse looks up at the little princess. She's holding him, and he says, well, as he's running away, he says, "I honor you. I honor you," and then her father tries to kill the mouse. But I think these are the messages that kids really should be getting, not about their naked bodies interacting with other people's bodies. And there should be so many more beautiful books in the library that teach children about their souls and about their beauty. And there's not enough of that. I tried to submit a book that I wrote, and it was, of course, rejected. That's not what a lot of publishers are interested in writing. I mean, putting out there. But there are some nice things out there. There's a lot of beautiful books. So anyways, I want to thank you, because I think we're taking a new path, and I think children and young people deserve to know their beauty and their greatness.
Thank you, Ms. Norman. Robin Sandbach.
Hi, I'm Robin Cox, and I live at 4014 Killarnett. I have a teaching degree, but I also am in real estate now. And I want to thank each of you council members. As my Jewish aunt has reminded me many times, sometimes doing the right thing isn't always the popular thing. And I know 3 of these women that were appointed to the library board very well. They are moms. 2 are single moms that raise their children. I spent many of my days at the library on Saturdays, and I thought it was wonderful that my mom could drop us off and you knew which part of the library to go to, because they were the safe books for your age development. We don't want to ban any books, but we want books in age-appropriate settings. I grew up reading Earl Hammer. I realize those probably aren't popular books anymore. Louis L'Amour. I realize times are changing, but I still want my child or grandchild, soon to be if I have a grandchild, to be able to go and be in a right direction. I wouldn't want them to go, my 5-year-old, and have access to 50 Shades of Grey. But my 25-year-old, that's fine. They can have access to that. So we're not looking to ban any books. My grandmother was from Germany. I know what it's like. She told me about banning of books. We don't want to ban To Kill a Mockingbird. We don't even want to ban queer gender. We just want it to be in an age-appropriate setting. We want our children to feel free. Let's let our children be children. Let them have books like Amelia Bedelia, even some Judy Blume books. But let's not let them have access. I'm sure my brothers in the 70s would have wanted to read Playboy. My parents wouldn't have given them access to Playboy when they were 13 years old. Now, if they were 25, fine. There are rated R movies. Like Gail said, there's a warning label on everything. So let's let our children be safe. And I thank every one of you that's on the city council. I do not envy you at all. But I thank you for trying to do the right thing, which isn't always the popular thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. And I think we have another Robin Sandbach. Okay, sorry, I didn't realize there were two.
Robin Sandbach, 4406 Coventry Lane, Corpus Christi, Texas. Books are a great way to begin to have conversations with your children. The public library has all kinds of books. One type they have is called board books. They are written for babies and infants that are too young to read. They are built very sturdy so the baby won't tear them accidentally. One book they have is called My Two Moms and Me, written by Michael Justin and illustrated by Isaac Lindo. It's a great conversation starter to explain why your family might look a little different from other people's. When I open my eyes each morning, I see my smiling moms. What a way to start the day. If I speak with the tongues of mankind and of angels, but do not have love, I have become a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. If I have the gift of prophecy and know all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have all faith, so as to remove mountains, but do not have love, I am nothing. If I give away all my possessions to charity, and if I surrender my body so that I may glory, but do not have love, it does me no good. Love is patient, love is kind. It is not jealous. Love does not brag. It is not arrogant. It does not act disgracefully. It does not seek its own benefit. It is not provoked. Does not keep an account of a wrong suffered. It does not rejoice in unrighteousness, but rejoices with the truth. It keeps every confidence. It believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never fails, but if there are gifts of prophecy, they will be done away with. If there are tongues, they will cease. If there is knowledge, it will be done away with. For we know in part and prophecy in part, but when the perfect comes, the partial will be done away with. When I was a child, I used to speak like a child, think like a child, reason like a child. When I became a man, I did away with childish things. For now we see in a mirror dimly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, but then I will know fully, just as I also have been fully known. But now faith, hope, and love remain, these three, but the greatest of these is love. And this is love, not that we loved God, but that he loved us and sent his Son to be the propitiation for our sins.
Thank you, Mr. Sandbach. Samuel Andre Fryer.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Samuel Andre Fryer. I live in 2222 Cardinales Lane. I want to thank you for those who have passed, removed some, and added others to the library board. Now, I stand here as a father, as a mother, definitely not a mother, but as a husband, a father of 4, and a grandfather of 3. I also am an uncle. I have nephews and I have nieces. And I'm sure that many of you have children in your family that you feel the same way, that you would not want any of your family members to be, or definitely not the children to be over-sexualized and things of that nature. That harms and damages children. And it sets them on a position that they can not only be engaged with activities that will lead to sexually transmitted diseases, but it will also lead to a point where they will increase their chances of suicide and die at an earlier rate. Now, given that, I would like to make one point. You know, when I was coming out from my house today going to work, I noticed that the flag that I have flying, the 7th most red stripe had separated from the other 6 whites and the other 6 reds. The stitches had come undone. And it reminded me of something that's taking place in our nation, that there are people who are purposely trying to unstitch the foundations of our nation. You know, we live in a constitutional republic. We're the only nation that's founded on a creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they're endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Now, you've listened to your constituents, and you made your decision, and I stand with you, regardless of the rhetoric, regardless of the different things that are said that are flat lies. I stand with you. You know, when I was first promoted to a second lieutenant, I was at a military ball. I was on my way to a military ball at my date, and there were guys that approached me, and they wanted to fight me because I happened to be different. And I looked at them after I sent my date away, and I told them, I said, you know, it is interesting that I could go to war and I could fight so that you have the right in a nation to have your opinion. Now, I'm not sure what took place, but I was willing to fight. But I think it dawned on them that we are all in this together. We're in the greatest nation that's ever been elected in this world. And so I want you to understand that I stand with you, I thank you, and I appreciate you. May God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Fryer. Ron Graben. Is Ron Graben with us? Do you leave? Okay, he's not here. John Weber?
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. I've noticed the numerous comments relating to the lack of trust of the city government. I will be addressing this issue in my new series, Trust Starts with Honesty. Using evidence, I will be pointing out when staff and council have been dishonest. Once somebody has been dishonest, it is impossible to trust them. For the city to regain public trust, the dishonest must leave the organization. If you have been honest, you have nothing to worry about. Next slide. We'll have complete construction of the crypto mining as of the end of this year. The staff tells the council to sell the agenda item. Next slide. The next day, the developer tells the media, we're about to start construction on a facility. The photo I took backs up his statement. Next slide. The infrastructure has already been put in place, the staff tells the council. Some supplies are present, but the infrastructure is not in place. Next slide. Which includes crypto mining. That one is almost complete and will meet the 12/31/23 deadline. Obviously, the crypto mining IDA is not almost complete. I will bet any of the council or staff $10,000 today that the crypto mining IDA will not be complete by the 12/31/23 deadline. Next slide. A news story the following day suggests this Bitcoin mining operation should be fully operational by next summer. It shows an aerial view that is mostly weeds. Next slide. This is Bootstrap's presentation to the council. Notice the rows of nice-looking buildings where the crypto mining computers will be housed. Next slide. This is that same area on October 12th. Notice the 4 mining containers that are not in any buildings. It appears that the very few of the council read the detailed comments I emailed to each of you and submitted in written comments regarding the Bootstrap agenda item and how the city was being taken advantage of. If you would have read it, you would have been much more informed and known the project was not almost complete. You would also have known that the developer was misleading in his comments to the council. Personal ignorance about issues allows one to be deceived easily. Resignation's welcome, and as always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Julie Rogers.
Hello. My name is Julie Rogers, District 1, Furman Avenue. I sure would rather not be here today, but I had to come. I came last week and tried to speak to you all. I handed out our board report to let you know what we'd done last year and what we hope to do next year. Nothing about picking books because the library board does not select the books. I also tried to call my at-large council person and my representative from District 1. None of them answered me back. I am representing myself today as the former and most recent library board chair and a concerned citizen. Maybe that would have gotten an answer. Point of clarification. The Public Library Board does not select materials for collection development. Professionally trained staff do that, guided by specific principles, policies, and criteria for developing responsive collections for the library system. The collection development policy, along with other policy, is posted on the library's website for the public. It has been posted. You could have at least looked at that. So, since the council doesn't listen to me, I hope the public is listening today. You can go to cctexas.com/library, scroll down to general information, then click on policies. Did you get that, City Council? Can you operate a computer? I support and affirm the principles of the development policy, especially our freedom to read, hear, and view, which are protected by the First Amendment of our Constitution. And also, please note that new board members took an oath to protect our Constitution. That does include the First Amendment. I am proud that the library upholds these and the principles of the American Library Association, the ALA. The Library Bill of Rights, the freedom to read, the freedom to view, the statement on labeling, and free access to libraries for minors, all of which you can find by visiting and reading the collection development policy on the city's website. There's been some chatter during public comment recently about the ALA. I'd like to clear that up if possible. The ALA was founded in 1876. Woo, watch out. Its purpose is to provide leadership for the development, promotion, and improvement of library services and the profession of librarianship in order to enhance learning and ensure access to information for all. In 1953, when McCarthyism was spreading fear and suppression, the ALA issued the Freedom to Read statement that the people of our nation should be trusted to make their own decisions about what to read and what to believe. Fast forward 7 decades, and it's happening all over again, prompting libraries, publishers, and readers to reaffirm the Freedom to Read statement 70 years later. It starts with, the freedom to read is essential to our democracy. It is continuously under attack. Private groups and public authorities in various parts of the country are working to remove or limit access to reading materials, to censor content in schools, to label controversial views, to distribute lists of objectionable books or authors, and to purge libraries.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Adam Rios.
Miss me? Adam Rios, founder, CEO of Ponyboy Skate Company, Etro and Corpus Christi, 7301 Tangled Ridge Court. I am here, obviously, I was going to talk about several things, but I'll get off point, and I'm sorry if I do. I'm a very proud citizen of this city. I'm a returned citizen, but I'm a proud citizen, and have rededicated myself to this community. I believe in the strength and the future of this grand city, so much so that I have now created my third company here. I do hope to be a shining example of what is achievable in terms of hard work, education, family, and most importantly in my life, faith. But I have different faiths. I am raised indigenous, and I am raised by a Christian mother. So I know what balance is. I brought up education because I'm a proud alumni of Texas A&M Corpus Christi, where I not only made the Dean's List, but the National Dean's List. I will never regret earning a degree. Something dawned on me a couple of weeks ago, and I started to research it. And as much as I love education and support education, I was looking at the city jobs, specifically those jobs that are requiring a college degree in order to fill those positions. In other cities across the country, there's quite a bipartisan effort to remove that as a litmus test to get a job within the city. For example, in Minnesota, there was 92% of the Commonwealth jobs were not being filled because of the requirement of a college education. Estimating 65,000 positions were open simply because they didn't have a college degree. I don't think that getting a job with a city should be decided by some arbitrary requirement or arbitrary limitation. Everyone has the opportunity to serve and succeed. College is an incredible thing. I love higher education, but it shouldn't be an issue by an inconsistent judicial standard or a comfortable employer routine. There's a lot of vacancies in this city. A lot of people have technical school training. They might have taken certain classes in high school and have 3 to 5 years of experience in each of the fields that could be filled. I think it's something to look into because I know a lot of successful people that are great in their trade. They didn't go to college. They went into the field of work. I don't think you need a college degree to do some of the things that the city requires you to do. So I'm asking you as a council and our city manager to consider that, maybe removing that with some of the job possibilities. And imagine some of the jobs that could be filled. We're understaffed in this city. I just heard it earlier. There's a lot of positions out there. There's people that have earned the right to work for this city and be a vital part of this community. Finally, while I still have a little bit of time, Turtle Bay Powwow, Saturday. As an Indigenous person, I encourage each of the council members to go see something that hasn't existed for over a generation. Native people dancing on native lands.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Thank you so much. Ethan Sullivan.
Good afternoon. My name is Ethan Sullivan. I am 19 years old and I live at 11914 Mesa Avenue in District 1. Again, I am 19 years old and I have lived in Corpus Christi my whole life. I graduated cum laude from Callahan High School studying law enforcement and theater. I was a member of the drama club for 3 years, holding officer positions, starting my own club, a GSA that I ran for 2 years and is still running now. I'm a third-generation Del Mar College student, and I studied drama and have participated in over 10 productions across the Coastal Bend. I am the president of the Safe Space Club and a member of the Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society, Gamma Sigma chapter, and hold the position of treasurer, and I am on the dean's list. Needless to say, I'm a member of this community, and I come to represent the interests of not just myself, but of students across Corpus Christi. The recent move to appoint several members of the Corpus Christi Library Board strike me as concerning due to their personal affiliation with Moms for Liberty, a recognized hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center. This group serves to be an existential threat to my freedoms and the freedoms of my peers to pursue an education they want and deserve and have a right to, by this group censoring those they disagree with. Some of the writers and content they claim to be un-American simply embody the true nature of America in our history. The works of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Cesar Chavez, freedom fighters who fought for civil rights that echo all of our ancestors down to the Revolutionary War, fighting for freedom from a dictating force, are being called divisive and un-American because they called out inequality. Books like The Color Purple and Not All Boys Are Blue explore a rough portion of America's history and biographical perspectives that are considered divisive because they tell the truth, a truth this group wants to silence. The people and associates with Moms for Liberty and their agenda do not fight for liberty. They fight for censorship. They want to oppress students and take away their right to choose an education, to learn history, to better understand themselves and the plights of their ancestors or peers. Liberty is defined as a state of being free within a society from the oppressive restrictions imposed by authority on one's way of life. The Declaration of Independence of this nation declares that we have a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Having these books available to not just students, but every Corpus Christi citizen in our public libraries and schools is not some boogeyman that will convert your children. It grants them the right as Americans to learn and educate themselves. Allowing these members to pursue their agenda and bring censorship to our community is not liberty. It is fundamentally un-American. Knowledge is liberty. Liberty is American. I urge you to reappoint these members to people who support the pursuit of knowledge and liberty in Corpus Christi for students and citizens alike in our area. We are not silent, and we will not sit by while our freedoms are being threatened by those that are supposed to be our leaders. I know Councilman Roy, I know your son is a member of the LGBTQ community, and a former businessman of yours also as well. This threatens your family and your friends. This is a concern for you as well. And I hope you consider that. Thank you.
Can I get a point here? Young man, can you come back up? And I've sat here, and I've listened to your conjecture and everyone's conjecture. Number one, why I voted the way I did. Okay? I know what my son is, and I'm proud of my son, and I love my son. And the reason why I voted the way, or I nominated the people that I nominated, I know those reasons, and I'll be more than glad to share those with you. I'm also a minority. I am very much aware of every book out there in the library. So it's great that you're passionate, but if you're going to stand in front of this council like I encourage everybody else, you need to come up here with facts. And just remember that. And I'd be more than glad to talk to you about that anytime. Anytime. We can sit down at Starbucks, and I'd love to talk to you. So thank you. But thank you for your public comment.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Victoria Holland.
Hello, my name is Victoria Holland. I live at 235 Ohio Avenue, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you for the service that you provide to the city, and it is a service. Thank you for providing that service even in the express attempts at intimidation. Thank you for providing that service even when there are those out there that seek to overthrow public and democratic nomination processes. Thank you for standing by your beliefs and not listening to the rhetoric that would paint an ugly picture otherwise. It is deeply disappointing that members in this community are engaged in disingenuous mudslinging, ugly false insinuations against council members that are up here just doing their best. My advice, as someone in my profession, when you strongly disagree with someone, I understand it's tempting to vilify, to dehumanize them. And it's sad that I see this today. You know, I talked last week about what we as a city library put in kids and young adults section tells them this is for you. Moving it to an adult section is not banning it. It is not banning it from parental discourse. It is not banning them from having access to it. It is simply us as a city saying, this isn't something we can ubiquitously state is for every kid in our city. And you know, I hear talks about how kids in the LGBTQIA community are at risk for suicide, and I agree. And how I would like to ask, how is that helped by books aimed at them at their age with extreme suicide ideation? Books that normalize the idea that sexual exploitation, violent assault could be a normal part of the growing up or identity finding experience. Those kids, yeah, they absolutely deserve to be protected. The same as any kid that later in life discovers, yeah, I feel like I was always definitely straight. They also deserve to be protected from books that would encourage them in a similar vein to seek, particularly as a woman, to seek validation or safety with someone who would assault us. And there are books that are put into libraries that encourage those types of ideation. Now, as mentioned, the library board doesn't go off and say these books are in, these books are out, but they make recommendations to this council. They look at what's going on in the libraries and they make recommendations to this council. And those that were nominated and put forth and voted in are looking forward to just giving recommendations to this council. So thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Holland. Peggy Dudon.
Good morning,
My name is Peggy Duran of 4022 Congressional Drive. And I've been here in Corpus Christi now for over 40 years. I was saddened to hear that the council broke precedent by not reinstating, the experienced, knowledgeable women who volunteered simply to continue their service. Why do you say no to volunteers who are actually experienced? I personally know Dr. Vicki Natali from her work on the boards of both the League of Women Voters and the board of the American Association of University Women, where she is currently finance chair. This is a woman with immense education, knowledge, and she was on the board and was willing to continue. Cindy Hart is a retired school librarian. And Pooja Binding Navale, I know personally from the Nueces County Medical Society Alliance. She has been working and volunteering for years in the schools here and does have 5 children. She's she's a perfect person to keep on the library board. And I believe, I didn't even hear about all of this until last week, and I hoped that you could do the, vote to reconsider, just because you basically, always do that. You usually let anybody who's been on a board and wants to continue. And the first vote, I remember, Mr. Hunter, you voted, I believe, for that to happen. I called my council member, Mr. Barrera, and he answered me immediately and said, well, at first he voted too to allow these women to continue. And so I called Mr. Hunter's office, and you have a wonderful woman who answers your phone, and asked that you would provide that leadership to put in that reconsideration. Unfortunately, this all happened right here at Thanksgiving, where there really wasn't time. I don't think you were given the information or the time to readjust and to kind of figure out what was going on. But for someone to come in with a slate of people, didn't that set off some alarm bells that there was an agenda here? This new slate feels like a coup d'etat, is what I'm saying, I guess. And I don't want to let our library be a battleground in the culture wars. Let's let knowledge and vision take us forward. If there's anything we can salvage from this, perhaps if someone has to resign from the library board, would you please consider these 3 former board members first? And let's see if we can bring them back if they're willing to come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duran. Philip Blackmore?
Good afternoon. My name is Philip Blackmar. I live at 13801 Primavera Drive. I'm here today representing the Watershore and Beach Advisory Committee that I sit on. We've adopted a resolution that's being passed out to y'all now, and it's pretty simple. I'll keep it short, but essentially we're asking or supporting increasing the pay rate for the beach lifeguards to be in line with other Gulf Beach communities. Specifically referenced in the resolution are Port Aransas and Galveston. And so currently our pay structure is quite a bit below that. We know that these beach lifeguards have to work in fairly hazardous conditions. Regularly, there's a challenge retaining and keeping those staff on board, getting them trained so that they can sufficiently handle those conditions. So that's all that resolution is. You have it there with you, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blackmore.
Mr. Blackmore, question?
Sure.
Mr. Blackmore, I have a question for you, and it's not associated with this. But I was
Yes.
wondering, are you able to take your dad one-on-one in golf now?
I don't know. We'd have to try that out. Maybe he's getting up there in age, and
Philip
he's
and
not
I
working as well.
grew up together. His dad is a professional golfer from Corpus Christi, and I've been from the young kids, we like to see other young kids grow up to beat their dads, so. Thank you. Good to see you,
Councilman Hunter.
Philip.
Yep.
Jay Gardner.
Says I can never beat my dad in those 5Ks. He's too fast.
Howdy, Madam Secretary, Council. Good afternoon, staff. I live at 3922 Sweet Bay Drive, and I chair the Island Strategic Action Committee. We've been dealing with a lot of projects out in the island, including the Riley P. Dog Park, planned restrooms on Zahn, Packery Channel, dredging, TERS #2, the Commodore Park Plan, Bond 2018, JFK underneath the causeway, the Island Mobility Plan, Whitecap Reserve, and the opening of the Don Patricio Bridge. But I'm not here to talk about any of that. I'm actually here to talk about what Phil was talking about, was the pay for the lifeguards. We need to get lifeguard pay commensurate with other area lifeguards. We passed a resolution at ISAC at the last meeting in support of the Watershore Beach Advisory Committee's resolution to increase lifeguard pay to reflect local area rates. This is really timely because it takes a long time to get these kind of increases into the system. The managers of the Gulf Beach operations and the Bay Beach operations need to get the word out. That way, they have time to put it in the notifications, put it on the website, attract attention, and then get people onboarded. And suddenly, it's spring break. So anyway, that's all I have. You guys are doing a bang-up job. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. And that is our last in-person public comment, but Ms. Martha, I think we have one online. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. There's one more person, Miss Marilyn Litt. We can't hear you. Is your microphone on now?
Sorry for
Perfect.
doing what everybody does. My name is Marilyn Litt, 15842 Portillo Drive. Proud library card holder and island resident. First, I want to say what the city council should have said last week. Thank you to the former library board members for volunteering your time and your expertise. I'm sorry you were so rudely dismissed. The direction the new inexperienced library board will take us is going to cost us taxpayer dollars while generating bad PR. Lose-lose. The state of Florida, which has expertise in banning books, estimates it costs over $4,700 to review one library book. I'm sure we can do it for more. Councilmember Suckley sent emails about the near pornography in our libraries. I don't think that has a legal definition yet. I'm sure it will cost us to find out. I want to conclude with listing the council members who voted to deny children access to books and to usurp the role of parents in supervising what their children read. Michael T. Hunter, Dan Suckley, Mike Pusley, Everett Roy, and Gil Hernandez. Shame on you. Welcome to the nanny state, Corpus style. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Litt.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to make a statement of fact. Her statement is completely untrue. I didn't vote for banning any books or burning any books or depriving anybody access to books. So her statement is completely and utterly false.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman, yes, Suckley.
I'd also like to point of fact, it was mentioned, I think maybe the first speaker, that myself and others were not responsive to any emails. I had significant communications, including with Ms. Litt, who was just on, with a number of folks, and so that information is completely inaccurate. And like Councilman Pusley said, I don't think anybody's supportive of book banning and all the other things that are talked about. It's in the interest of many of us to see some guidelines in place as to who has access to what content. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd also like to say, Councilman Roy, I'd like to offer you my apology for you being personally attacked. I don't think we should allow that in these meetings, and I'd like to offer you my personal apology for that happening.
You know, on that issue, I just want to say one thing. I'm a firm believer in freedom of speech. It's, you know, we're public officials. As a public official, sometimes people do, we are, as we know, we're attacked. I do want to say another point of fact, though, is that I heard earlier from several people that talk about board appointments and things of that nature. If you go back and look at a lot of board appointments, sometimes they spend one term. If I want to give an example of that, and I can think of it, I actually wasn't on council. But if you take a look at Al Jones, who spent one term as a port commissioner and was replaced. He was replaced. He wanted to renew, he was replaced. There's a lot of positions out there where people, they want to renew and they don't get renewed for whatever reason. You know, to be able to serve on a board, it's nice for everybody to have an opportunity to serve on a board. But the other thing is, if you have a concern and you want to know or talk to me as a council member about whether or not you should, what you've done or your position or your eagerness to willing to serve, then I have made my number very, very public. And because a lot of times what happens is when we're standing up here, we see lists and lists of people that want to be appointed, and they may or may not want that appointment. We look at their attendance, we look at all those things, and if we don't hear out from them prior to the vote, then sometimes we make the decision based on the people that did contact us and did talk about what they're doing. Some people, their resumes aren't that great. They're not great at writing a resume, but they may be great in terms of speaking directly one-on-one with you. So I just want to encourage the process. The other thing I want to remind people is that we had over 15 people, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Rebecca, how many people did we actually have that were part of that vote, the second round, the nominations?
I don't have the list of nominees. I know the total list, we had 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20,
It had to be over
22.
15.
There were 22 people.
There were
On
what?
the actual, there were 22 people who applied.
No,
So
I'm
quite a
talking
bit.
about when we had the board up there and everybody, 14.
Yes, sir.
So there were
14.
14 people that we all had the opportunity to vote on here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
But the same 5 people that you nominated are the ones that got in. All 5 of you, all for the 5, same.
So that's usually how the majority works.
No, it doesn't.
What, you're telling me that when we vote, that you don't vote on a majority?
Not on
5
the-
votes gets it.
Not on nominating on the same 5 exact appointees out of 22.
So a point of clarification, Councilwoman, when I started, I asked Roland, I said, do you want me to nominate 1 or do you want me to nominate 5? I asked that question 3 times. Go back and look at the record. Well, let me finish.
You are correct.
Let me
And I
finish.
said 5.
And he said nominate 5. So I put forth 5 people. So don't talk about the process. Have your facts in line. Thank you.
No, I do have my facts, and the same 5 people are the same 5 that nominated. Yes.
Ms. Huerta, you need to let us know if any process was violated. We're going to have more on the whole library topic next week or whenever, but we're going to have that.
Next week.
But you need to let us know if something was violated or not. And the process, I don't know, while I was speaking to Miles, I don't know if you went over this reconsideration process, because there is one.
No, ma'am, I didn't go over the reconsideration process, but I can read for the record what the process is for the motion to reconsider. It's in Council Policies 16N, and it says, any member of the council who voted with the prevailing side on any question may move its reconsideration no later than the next regular meeting. Reconsideration shall require a 2/3 vote of the council. So that, there's longer, but basically what it's saying is only those members who voted for those candidates, they're the persons who have the right per our policy to reconsider the item, and it has to be at the next regular meeting, which was today.
Okay.
So-
Okay, so I just wanted to make that clear. It isn't any one of 9 members, number one. Number two, did we violate, was anything wrong? I understand there is a norm, and that was not done, a norm, but that's not necessarily a policy. So was
Right.
anything
So-
violated in the way that appointment, or, was done?
Well, for reappointments, as been stated, it's not a given, the council does tend to reappoint, but there are instances where they don't, depending on what's going on. It's the council's right to do that based on, on their decision. It's their decision, it's at their discretion to reappoint a member or not.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And lastly, I just clarified, and I'm disappointed because I expect for, whether it be parliamentarian, whether it be our legal counsel, to step in. If a member of the public is violating a rule, which apparently so, and now what I'm gonna do is I am going to start stating that in my every single week. When I read, the little rules of public comment, I'm going to include, you cannot personally attack a council member directly. It's improper. Miles, I want you to read it, but we're going to be stating that because I would have cut that off. My understanding was that a member of the public is able to come out and say, some of the things that have been said before because it was corrected before. It has been corrected before. So for clarity, Miles, let's please do that. The last thing I want to do is allow something that is not proper and it isn't right. So yes, Councilman, in this case, it was just confirmed. I apologize. Because we should have, and please, Miles, I expect that. Peter, I expect that to happen. It needs to be, there should be an interruption that says, no, hold on, this isn't allowed.
Mayor, may I also make a point? We also had written comments sent to us that were forwarded from Sarah, and those comments as well never are read publicly. I don't know if the public is aware, but I listened to Councilman Pusley when we had the prior meeting, our TERS, and he asked, was there any written public comments? We don't. So I'd like to review that process.
Okay,
as
that
well.
would be Ms. Rebecca. We need to address this first and foremost. Mr. Risley.
And and one other thing. We do receive emails, we do receive calls, but I want to say just publicly that I may be one of the persons that did get the appointment from the board that I receive an email, but I never received a call, never received an email. So I really would like to see how all these 5 people got to be appointed or got to be nominated and appointed, because I personally never received any contact. So yes, there is some, we definitely need to look into how this transpired.
Thank you, Ms. Gumpels. Okay, can we address?
Yeah, the rules of decorum, section 5J states, all remarks shall be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. And that must be tempered with that a person has First Amendment right to talk about anything that they wish to talk about that's city related. However, that is, unless that is restricted by subject. But in this case, the comments were not simply about a council member, they were directed to the city council member. It was at the very end of that person's comments, so there was not a chance to interrupt that person. But I would like to state that the proper way to bring up a violation of the rules of decorum is a point of order. Anybody has an opportunity and a right to make that type of point of order. But it was the redirecting of the speech to the council member that was the violation.
So do I need to make that point of order now?
Thank you, Mr.
So why haven't you been doing that for the last 8 years?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
They've been doing it to me for
Or-
3.5 years.
It's like we get attacked all the time.
Well, it's not about, it's not to, it's about, but, okay, I'm clarifying that. Right. Okay, Ms. Huerta, Ms. Campos made some comments, so if you can address them, and then we can bring that back. Thank you. So that is going to conclude our public comment. And let's see, I think we had Mr.
Yeah, I think it was a few more questions.
Raymond,
sir.
we had a few questions on your presentation. Mr. Hunter, I think you were first.
Sorry, Mr. Raymond, I can't remember everything I was going to ask. I think that the slide where it shows the number of officers, first of all, one, I think y'all are doing a good job, and y'all been doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you're kind of getting into the direction of a city employee who has been coached to present a certain way, and I don't think you should do that because you've been doing such a good job. And this is what I'm trying to say. One person per 5 square miles in Corpus Christi is not the same as one person per 5 square miles in Austin, Texas. There's 250 businesses in one building in Austin, Texas. That is not the same as one building in Corpus Christi. I think the biggest concern with code enforcement is, and this, I think that, like I said, I think you're going in the right direction. I really appreciate what y'all are doing. Y'all are working hard on getting all this fixed. But I think the biggest problem is some of our code enforcement officers have seen code enforcement laws, code change so much, they have forgotten more than what they know now is the code. For example, there are multiple occasions where I've had somebody call and say, I had to move my fence line. And I'm just talking about fence line issues. I've had to move my fence line 3 feet. Well, then they had to move it back because 3 to 4 different code officers came out and they all gave them different answers. So I appreciate what you're doing. I just think maybe they need to be a little bit updated, a little better on what y'all have made changes on. And I do think y'all are doing a good job. I just don't think one code enforcement officer per 5 acres is equivalent to one code enforcement officer to 5 acres in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Suckley.
Thanks, Mayor. Al, great job. Reiterate what Peter said is thanks for being proactive and taking this on and making the improvements that you've made to this point. My only request would be, and it's really on behalf of my position as a council member, and I know it's not all about us, you've got a lot of people to report back to in terms of constituents that filed 311s and things, but is to continue to look at how we can improve the communications between council and their respective code enforcement officers, because I continue to be challenged with that. I'll mention something, I'll report something, and it seems like in too many cases, I'm having to go back and look for an email so I can send it back 2 weeks later and say, can you update me on this? So I just don't have the time and resources to do that. So if there can be a better mechanism by which you track the things reported by or through council and report back on a recurring basis, that would be helpful. And I know we get those automated reports, but I've tried to use those automated reports, and those are not very effective for me and what I'm trying to do. So thank you for what you and your team are doing, Al.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask you about the mowing crew. Did you mention that we have, I mean, I know we have a mowing crew, right? Is that one of the plans is to increase an additional mowing crew? Because I know that's, one of the biggest complaints for my district is the weeds, the growing.
The tall grass, yeah. Councilwoman, we do not have an on-staff mowing crew with the code compliance division. We have contractors that do mowing for us, right? So they have to be, we do a contract, and there's a work order process. There's a lot of processes that has to take place before they can actually get out and cut, some yard. What I'm proposing, what I will be proposing in the upcoming budget is to create our own in-house work crews that we can just say, go do, 2615 Hackberry. and lean the property that way. Without, it just cuts a little bit of red tape, and it creates more responsiveness for us. That's what I'm proposing going forward.
Okay, all right. Well, so then I did misunderstand. Because it is a fact that when we have our own employees, it's actually cheaper. I mean, it's less costly, for the taxpayer if we have, our own city employees doing some of these jobs. So I hope, that we can come back and help, along with my city council members to approve, again, a mowing crew that we desperately need. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Pusley. Were you first? Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, Al, I wanted to kind of broach a couple things with you, and thank you for your presentation. And I think you've done a really bang-up job on not only development services, but taking on this role. I can't help but feel a little slighted on page 3. I only have one compliance officer and one senior officer for all of District 5, but I'm assuming that District 5 may have the same population, but probably not the area in terms of size of the district.
Thank you very much for that. And it's also the newer part of the city, if you will. So
you're saying people in District 5 are generally take care of their properties more than other districts? Is that what you're trying to say, Mr. Freeman?
No, but we will populate it as soon as we get more staff members on board, sir.
Yeah,
I understand.
Can you put that back up, Al, or I don't know, Councilman, that's what I hadn't seen this yet, but that was just filled positions, so.
Right,
He just added 10 more bodies to his team, and they will go to District 5.
No, I'm making
Right, I'm teasing
you on that one.
I know, but it's important in case somebody saw it and didn't hear this dialogue. There's more than one officer in District 5. Every district will have the same number.
Yes, that's
Al,
the
you're
goal,
just showing
yes.
what positions are filled in that chart.
Correct. And right now with the staff members I had, I know you were kind of kidding, but I needed more staff, and I still need more staff members in District 1, right, and 3 and 2 versus, where you are, because that's still growing and developing. So, but eventually we'll reconcile it and get everyone staffed equally.
Okay, I understand, and I was just, being facetious there a little bit. But on a more serious matter, writing citations isn't the whole thing. You have to go through the legal department for prosecution, and then obviously the municipal courts to get actually adjudicated. Now, I noticed in your report you didn't give us a percentage of what was actually cited, how many were adjudicated, how many things went through fruition in terms of that. I asked you in your next report that you include that information so we know kind of how effective your code compliance officers are being. And then if there's a holdup either in the prosecutor's office or municipal court with delays, then we need to know that information, because it's not just on compliance. I know we beat up on code compliance, but it's not all you.
Understood.
So you need to share the love here in terms of how we monitor this, and what are the metrics for success. What do you think is successful in terms of adjudicating or actually having those enforcement or those citations cleared, whether the property owner fixes the issue or whether it gets adjudicated in municipal court. So we want to have an understanding of how effective this is. It's not just about adding code enforcement officers, it's about the entire process. So I'd ask that you include that in there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With regards to mowing, I know that how you guys do it, and I went to the check register to see this. You have a bunch of these contracts of less than $50,000. They're always about $49,900. So you have several mowing companies that you go and do, and it's an up to amount where you say, okay, we need to mow this one. The next mowing company in the line gets sent, costs you, $800, $900, whatever that is. That's added to your cost for the person that got the citation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I don't necessarily think that's necessarily a bad thing. It allows small companies to be able to work with us as a city. I'd have to see the financial analysis in terms of whether getting your own mowing crew is just as good as having the small contracts for these small mowing companies to do this type of work. Just want to see that, make sure that we have, because we still have to, we pay benefits, we pay all that stuff, we have to maintain equipment. There's a lot of things that are associated with that, so I'd like to see the financial analysis when you come to us in the budget cycle.
Yes, and that's
Okay.
exactly what we'll do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I got asked about this issue this morning, and I want to make sure I'm clear on this. So prior to melding the Code Enforcement Department under Development Services, did code enforcement officers participate in helping with building code violations during the construction process?
No, sir, they didn't.
Okay, are they going to do that now?
Once they get certified, they can do multiple things within the Development Services Department, so yes. They're more flexible.
So it seems to me that to cover some of the manpower shortages that you have expressed to us from your Development Services side, that we're now going to use code enforcement officers to cover that issue as well. And then I don't understand why we're doing it that way. And is that going to short circuit now what we're trying to do here with improving code enforcement?
I want to make sure that I understand what you're asking. 42 individuals came over to join the 86 that I had in Development Services. The individuals in Development Services are certified by the state and by the International Code Council to do certain vertical construction and certain horizontal construction. The 42 members that have joined me are solely responsible now for just the maintenance of the existing environment that we have in Corpus. They are, because you've allowed, thank you for that, by the way, you've allowed them we can pay certification pay for any cert they get over their base certification. They're more valuable, they're more flexible, they're a combo. But in no way am I using the 42 that I have for code compliance to do, the work that's laid out for the building inspection team. They can if they want to promote across and do other things, but they are somewhat separate and equal.
Yeah,
if I'm clear.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that, Al, because as Al already expressed, it's too much work, even for the size of 42, and he's going to ask for more in the budget process. We're not going to take code compliance officers from doing things like high grass and junk vehicles parking, and now have them start doing building inspections. The business would break down tremendously on the code side, as would the quality and the building inspection side, because they're not 100% competent to do that.
Okay,
So,
well, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, thank you
Because I
for
was asked
clarifying
that very question this morning.
Right.
Out of the blue, and I didn't know where it came from. I said, well, are you guys now going to use code enforcement to do building inspections? And I said, well, I don't think so.
The most important thing, thank you for that, Peter. The most important thing is that the code compliance group is general fund. Development Services team of 86 is a special revenue fund. So it's really two different buckets, and we really work to keep the separation there.
Okay. Okay. Now I got two other things real quickly. I know we're running long here. And this kind of goes along with what Councilman Hernandez was talking about, and that is, we can do all the code enforcement we want to, we can write all the citations we want to, we can do all of that, but if municipal court is not doing their job with respect to prosecution and following through on these, then it's just a waste of everybody's time and money. And, Steve Vieira, bless his heart, has been working with me on an issue out in my neck of the woods where a guy has a car illegally parked. And we've been trying for months to get that rectified, and we don't have a rule or a law on our books. And he's basically told the city, I'm not moving it. Just take me to court, I'm not moving it. And so, and then when it got to municipal court, the municipal court prosecutor on our team gave him another 30 days. So, we have, Councilman Hernandez is exactly right. We have to keep a scorecard, and if it's not working with respect to enforcement of these, code code violations, then we might as well move them over to building inspections and let them do building inspections. But, and, you know, Miles has also mentioned a time or two that there are some things we can do to stiffen our code violation rules and charges, if you will, to strengthen that. And we, Peter, may need to look into that.
Right, and the time that the city's the one that sets the time that a property owner has to fix a situation. It's way too long, so we need to shorten that time length. That's in our discretion with city council approval, so that's going to be brought to the council as well.
Okay.
It shouldn't take somebody that's been in violation for 5 years, months and months to fix something. Right?
Yes.
They know they're in violation. They get like 5 days is what we want to get to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the last comment I'll make is about the mowing. I think probably, and we can look at the financial analysis, but I'd almost bet that we still come out cheaper subcontracting that than we do doing it internally. But I do want to state that we need to make sure that these private companies understand the rules of what our expectations as a city are with respect to how they mow the medians and whatnot, because a few weeks ago, and Steve again helped me with this, the contractor working for the city, when they got through mowing, took their blowers and blew all the excess grass and weeds into the middle of the street and made it was a perfectly straight pile of grass and stuff in the middle of the road so that the cars could run over it while they drove down Leopard Street. So we need to make sure they understand our rules and regulations. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And doing a great job, Al. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, I think that's all the questions. Oh, sorry, Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Al. I tell you what, you know, the team in District 3, I mean, you know, Grace Elledge, I mean, she's just amazing, and her team's amazing. And I'm sure the whole team is, but I know they've been attentive. They respond very quickly, and and I've said it oftentimes, I try to give them as much accolades as possible, because most of the time they're delivering bad news to people, and they've got to deal with that. And Tracy, same thing. You're doing a great job, and thank you so much for the work that your team does. So, and I really like how you've broken it out into areas for specificity. That was a great idea. Whoever came up with it, you know, what is it? It was a great idea, and so kudos to you and your team. You know, I've always offered, one of the things when I ran on back in 2018 was that we've got to really have a strong code enforcement, particularly I would say in the older areas like in my district, because you might have a senior citizen that lives in an area and their house is meticulous. They, you know, have rose bushes, and then the next door has, you know, they're not paying attention to it because it's in an older neighborhood. And so we need to protect the rights of those neighbors, that the ones that really pay attention to their homes. You know, one of the things that I've offered and to churches and community groups and never been taken up on is that I've said, if you've got, like you said, the indigent or the disabled or the elderly, you know, either a Boy Scout group that I know of or my Kiwanis Club would be happy to go out there and just spend a day of Pickens helping out. So, you know, I would offer the Corpus Christi Kiwanis Club. I know they'd be willing. So that way, if you have, there's times I know when those individuals just can't get to it, particularly when there's an extreme weather event or whatever that is.
Understood.
You know, and I like the idea of going to, once again, an electronic system. I've always said in a city that with a $1.5 billion budget, that we're still using Excel and writing things on translucent paper, you know. You know, I mean, it's just, it's archaic, and so I commend you for that. What is it? That's another system that we need to utilize and make sure that we're training our people on a regular basis to maximize the utilization of that system. I also want to reiterate, as a small business owner, how important I think it is for us to subcontract out to small businesses Because number one, let's just say, for example, it even breaks even, or there's even a 2 or 3% savings of doing it on our own, which I don't think there would be, okay? I just think basically, if we need to have more contractors on call, or that availability, so that way, if this one's not available, then we go to the next one that's gonna be available. Because, once again, we're re-injecting those funds back into the community for a small business owner who has to purchase fuel, has to purchase equipment, has to pay his employees, has to purchase an automobile, all those things. That's a way for us to energize the economy, just like the thing that Josh and your team, I'm sure, is very much a part of. So I think those are the factors that we need to look at, and having that, and then plus, those individuals, once again, they're doing it all the time. I think there's sometimes when we take stuff on in-house, it's not something that everybody's doing it on a regular basis. And, the cost of training, we don't, so just something to consider, so. But anyway, once again, I think the system has been greatly improved. Once again, I can't say enough about how pleased I am with the team that I work with. Thank you so much.
Very much.
Councilwoman Campos.
Just one more comment about the mowing crew. One other thing I just wanted to say is about expediency. I don't know about you, but when I call, code enforcement, and I know that it is an employee, they get the job done like this. When they have to wait on a contractor, I'm not saying, yes, we do need to look at the costs, but we also need to look at expediency. So I just wanted to make that comment, that, maybe it's not just all about the money, but we do need to watch out for, the best job that we can do, right, for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campos. Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Okay, so we are going to go, I'm going to go through the consent agenda quickly, and then we'll have TxDOT come up and do the briefing, go to lunch, come back and address any items pulled. So at this time, council, men and women, does anyone have any item to pull on the consent agenda, items 3 through 24? Councilman
Mayor, I'd
Campos?
like to have number 19.
Number 19, anyone else? That's items 3 through 24.
Mr. Suckley will be abstaining on 14.
Okay, so item number 14. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items pulled, numbers 19 and 14.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So now we will ask Lynn Allison to come up and text.
Item 14?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 14.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Wait a minute, I'm sorry, I do have a comment. I just wanted to know what was the reason for the 7 opposing. Did y'all read that on 14? On the Thanksgiving homes? They did, the survey, and for some reason, there were 7 that opposed the zoning. Did y'all? We are discussing 14, right?
Well, yes.
Yes.
Yes. I
So
was
do we
gonna
know
make
why?
those.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, because that way,
Extensive conversation the last time. Gary was here and there was a lot of conversation, but I don't recall that being.
Okay, well, I mean, if it's not, oh, that's all, all right. Okay,
okay,
thanks.
okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Suckley abstains, just for the record.
Yes, Councilman Suckley abstains. So we're going to go ahead and do the presentation. We'll go to lunch, and we'll come back and address 19.
Mayor and Council, Randy De La Garza, Director of Public Works. If we can pull up the presentation for item number 28, briefing from Texas Department of Transportation and Flatiron Dragados on Harbor Bridge Replacement Project. We have Lynn Allison with the developer to give the presentation.
Good afternoon, council members and mayor. Thank you for bringing me in before lunch. And I think I'm going to bypass a few slides just so I don't have to keep you any longer. Nothing you haven't already seen before. Do you have the slide presentation? And just to distinguish, I'm here representing the developer today, Flatiron Dragados. You did receive an update on the Harbor Bridge project from TxDOT back in July-August timeframe, and my presentation is in coordination with our partnering with TxDOT as well. I mean, I pretty much have it memorized if you want me to start talking.
No, actually,
What's that?
if it's not on our agenda, if they could just send us the presentation afterwards. I was going to ask Peter. Peter, this presentation she's going to give is not on our agenda, or at least not in the
Right. Yeah, we
version,
didn't get it
so-
in time to place
I
it.
apologize, Councilman. I sent
No,
it
it's
in
fine. They could
yesterday.
just email it to us afterwards. That's not.
Oh,
it's not-
okay, no problem.
no
Yeah,
big-
we're getting
it's
it
not
right
an
now,
issue.
Ms. Allison, we didn't get it in time, but we're pulling it up if you want to begin possibly, without the slides.
Oh, sure. So, like, as you all know, I talk about the projects in sections. I'm going to cover the construction updates. We'll start with North Beach. It is a little bit easier with my photos because I do drop in updated monthly drone photos, and these photos are just from this week. As you all probably have seen the construction on North Beach, we have completed all the structural elements of the approach bridge leading up to the main span. The finishes remain on both the north and the south approach bridges. We have painting ongoing, guardrail installation, some expansion joints to continue working on, but the structural elements of the north approach and the south approach are complete. Talk a little bit about North Beach roadworks and utilities. Just this late summer, we opened the Breakwater Avenue, which provides connectivity to and from the attractions to access East Causeway, West Causeway Boulevard. I feel like we're getting close on those pictures. We have also completed about 90% of the roadworks on North Beach, 75% of the collective roadworks for the project, Phase 1 construction. Also, about 85% of utilities for the entire project. All of the wastewater and water packages are complete on North Beach for Phase 1 construction. We do have some final tie-ins around Burleson to complete. That'll be part of Phase 2 construction. Burleson on North Beach will remain closed until Phase 2 construction, which is the demolition. We cannot reopen Burleson until we begin removing existing roadway and embankment. Thank you. Okay, so here were our construction agenda. If you'll go to the next slide, please. We can go to the next slide, please. Here's our recent photo of North Beach with the north approach. You can see right now what they have to work on and are working on are the walls, embankment, the paving leading up to that final connection. You can see the alignment between the new 181 and the existing 181. Next slide, please. Did talk about Breakwater Avenue. Here's Breakwater Avenue open with new drainage. We did go through, had 5 to 6 inches of rain just 2 weeks ago, and it's not completely tied in, but our pumps were keeping up with the rainwater. The final tie-in, like I said, will be complete with Phase 2 construction. We did have crews on hand. We have a lot of outreach from the North Beach community, like many of you, and believe me, we keep our crews over there during rain events to maintain signage, to maintain pumps, to do our part to keep that area from flooding. Next slide, please. Jumping over to the south approach, like I said, the structural elements of the south approach bridge are complete. We will be decommissioning that gantry crane in the coming year. Quite frankly, we don't have the 2 crews dedicated to it right now because we are finishing up major roadworks packages. We've moved them to the cable stay bridge, so that's why the crane is in a decommission phase. We do have a plan to have that crane go back to the manufacturer, and it will be coming down piece by piece in the next year. Wanted to point out the drainage. You've heard me talk about drainage in previous presentations, but here you can really see the salt flat channel as it runs alongside the approach bridge. That whole salt flat channel was tripled in capacity, maybe tripled in capacity, to where it's really doing a good job of managing the water that's coming down from this Mestina Leopard Street area just right behind us over here at Crosstown. Next slide, please. Really want to get into this photo. Like I said, this photo was taken just a couple of days ago. Really shows the complexity of what's going on here on the project at the South Interchange. There are 21 total bridges on this project. You can see, I think, about 12 of them in this photo. As many of you by now have probably noticed, we did open Leopard Street, our connecting Leopard Street Bridge on September the 29th. That really provides connectivity coming in from IH-37, the Calallen area, to jump onto Port Avenue to get onto the Leopard Street corridor. We do still have traffic control devices on that Leopard Street Bridge, more as a courtesy to the city contractor who is doing that bond work from Port Avenue to Doss Avenue. A lot of the restoration there also included excavating out Doss and Messina Streets. You can see kind of on the right side here, that's Messina Street's been completely redone. All new sidewalks on either side of Leopard Street. There's areas you can park and walk over Leopard Street. I highly recommend you do it, and you can really take in the construction. Also very significant coming up is we have a bridge, we call it Bridge 5B, but it's going to be shifting onto new main lanes of IH-37 at that center interchange this winter, hopefully by the end of this year. That's going to be very significant as it continues to open up more scopes of work to complete this interchange construction. We will have a full IH-37 closure this Friday night. I'm aware of all the First Friday events going on and the events on Saturday with the Christmas events. So that it will close Friday night at 9 p.m. and should reopen by noon on Saturday, trying to accommodate these city-wide events. Really want to also point out that as much activity as you see in this photo, we should have all of the roadworks package complete in this interchange area by the end of the summer, by late summer. So really that focuses all the efforts onto the Cable Stay Bridge at that point. Next slide, please. Just a little bit more fun photos of the Leopard Street construction. You can really see how that corridor runs. We had our whole crew come out and take a drone photo. There are several elements I could talk into this photo, how it connects there at Josephine Street. You can see a little bit of the frontage road, what will be the frontage road along I-37 there at, I think that's Sam Rankin and Josephine up on this uptown area. You can skip to the next slide, please. So now I'm going to jump out to our precast yard. We have another big milestone coming up. We have 10 segments left to cast at our precast yard out of 2,651. Those 10 segments are specialized, unique in that they are the Belvedere segments for the Cable Stay Bridge kind of lookout area, and they're also expansion joints that will connect to the to the transition pier of the Cable Stay Bridge. So really great progress in Robstown. Also, just to point out, we are transitioning crews from our precast yard to our Cable Stay Bridge. So really training crews from other areas of the project. You can see how each one of these segments has its own transport, full police escort. There's a Delta frame on the bottom right, and there is a Cable Stay Bridge segment on the top there. Next slide. I'm happy to come back to any of these slides and answer your questions. Here we're jumping into our tower. So these photos, again, are very recent. This is our north tower, our north construction. I'm going to slow down just to make sure I don't miss anything in our notes here. We have about 800 total segments for the Cable Stay Bridge between the north and the south pylon. Many of the questions I get have to do with how much taller is the tower going to climb. We are pouring lift 16 of 20 tonight. So the 4 remaining lifts should be about another 70 feet taller to climb on the north side. We also have a cycle, we're training, we have a repetition and a cycle. So we've just completed cycle 3 of installing which this photo was taken yesterday, that's why it's not very clear on the left. You can see the third set of permanent stays have been installed. So each cycle is 16 segments, that's 8 backspan and 8 main span. So the backspan connects to the back side or the land side, and the main span connects towards the water side. So each cycle is 16 segments, 2 Delta frames, a median slab, and then begin pouring the segments. Running the high-density polyethylene pipe for the tensioning of the cables. Now, there's 4 cables on each of the permanent stays. So you can see here we're on finishing cycle 3. So we should be installing the next round of permanent stays in December. So that'll be going into cycle 4. And that'll connect to, on the bottom right, cycle 5 will connect to that temporary backspan tower. That'll be in place, as will the temporary black stays will be in place until we complete the entire construction. We did complete the footing extension on the north pylon. We are in the final stages of completing the footing extension on the south pylon. If you will go on to the next slide, please. So here we are on our south pylon. We're about 1.5 cycles behind on our south pylon. I do want to point out, we do have crews working at night. A lot of the upper tower lift activities are happening at night, including tensioning and stressing the stay cables. We did just complete installing the first set of permanent stays last week, and we should be on the second set this week as well. One of the issues that's caused us to lag, and this will not prevent us, should not prevent us from hitting our spring 2025 opening as previously announced. We are working with port military movements. They've had more and more military movements that they're bringing in, and we cannot complete construction of that temporary backspan tower that we have almost completed on the north side with the south side. So it's caused a little bit of lagging on the south side. The footing extension, like I said, is mostly complete. We just have to remove the coffer dams there, or some of the coffer metal sheets for the south approach. We are on finishing lift 14 this week of 20. So the south pylon has about another 95, 100 feet to climb. Also want to point out, and I'd be happy to bring you all a gift at some point, of a piece of our epoxy strand. It's actually really cool to have a piece of. We have 1,600 miles of epoxy strand being installed between the two towers, and the 19 sets. There's 19 sets of permanent stays. That is the distance if you were driving from Corpus Christi to Washington, D.C. I'd be happy to meet with you all individually and break down some of the technical elements of that. There's just really talent from all over the world working on this bridge. We have built collectively between both Flatiron and Dragados cable stay bridges all over the world, just to reassure the safety and the expertise on this project, with complete compliance and oversight from TxDOT as well. Also want to point out, as we get into this rhythm, you'll see that we will be running about every 3 to 4 weeks, should be completing one set of permanent stays on each tower. Okay, so next slide, please. Just to remind you all of some of the fun special features on the bridge, we do have like I said, a Belvedere seating area, which you can see on the top right. It will have pedestrian fencing. The pedestrian fencing will have its own lighting. It'll be protected by guardrail and a 10-foot wide shoulder. The cables run down the center between the northbound and southbound lanes. We'll have programmable LED lighting that casts up from the delta frames and up the tower base. No exposed elements there. So with that, we can go to the next slide. Just wanted to talk about some of our training and safety. We have trained over 7,000 people on this project. We are well below OSHA standards with our safety record. In fact, we've been commended by OSHA on several occasions. We just had a fun event with Chief Wade back there and his fire department. We've hosted the Corpus Christi Fire Department numerous times on this project, including last week, and we will again on some rescue drill training. We award state crew of the quarters for all the good catches that they have. They get backpacks and all kinds of swag. We can go to the next slide, please. Again, more on the community outreach, lots of public events, do lots of speaking engagements. I was with Councilman Roy and Hernandez at an event, I guess that was back in September, out in the Calallen area, community event. Next slide, please. So I think this next slide, if you hover around there should be a play button to play this video. This is a simulation of what the final configuration and the bridge will look like. I'm happy to talk through this. This really kind of concludes my presentation. I bypassed several details that I'd be happy to go back to, but I wanted to have time for your questions. And this will also be in the presentation, the PowerPoint presentation, when it's sent to you, and you can go back and look at this. I think it's about just under 2 minutes. But maybe while this is playing, if you want to start.
Yeah,
any questions?
let's do that. Lynn, thank you so much for the presentation.
That's the fastest I've ever done with you guys.
You're doing a great job. Councilman Roy.
First of all, I want to thank you. The presentation was a good presentation. I had the privilege of seeing this at North Beach also.
Yes.
And out in Calallen. And you know, what's amazing to me, you take somebody like myself that I have to be able to see it, you know what I mean? And it's neat to be able to finally see the way everything is coming together. And I also, the other thing that strikes me is that I think is going to be really strange, but if you take a look at the younger generation right now, they really aren't attuned, the small kids, but one day they're going to see this bridge, they're not going to know what we went through to have it, and appreciate this wonderful structure. So first of all, I just thank Flatiron, TxDOT, and the city, everybody that's worked on this, because now I can see this vision, and it's wonderful. And you mentioned the spring of 2025.
Yes, sir.
When we'll have maybe the opening. At what point in time do you think that we'll be able to take down the old bridge and restore everything back to normal? I say normal, but the new normal.
Sure. Phase 2, the demolition phase, is scheduled to be a year. It'll take several months from the design of bringing the bridge down. The existing roadway and embankments of the majority of the work, actually bringing the bridge down itself, I believe is a little bit on the smaller scale, although it's very significant. So as that first slide I showed you with the alignment on North Beach, all of that existing roadway and embankment and bridges coming onto the Corpus Christi side of this project have to be removed. So that'll be the majority of that work. But it will take up to a year. We're very good at demolishing. It happens quickly. So the existing bridge, though, should be within a couple of months. I think we've talked about 4 months internally. Should that start being decommissioned?
Okay, excellent. Great presentation. Thank you.
Sure, you're very welcome.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Lynn. On the salt flat levees, where you have kind of the along the south approach, is TxDOT taking over that drainage from that perspective, or is that going to be still with us? I mean, who's taking care of that drainage?
The drainage associated with the project is part of the O&M agreement. There's a 25-year O&M agreement on the drainage.
No, not yours per se, but I mean, is TxDOT going to continue to take care of that drainage component of it since it's right underneath the bridge? Is that going to be a
the newer
long-term
section,
TxDOT
the newer
requirement?
section?
Right.
Yeah, the newer section, because we manage the salt flat levees right now. But the councilman's talking about the newer section that you showed where you expanded the depth and the width.
Sure. So right now, I'll have to get back with you if I'm wrong, but to my understanding, anything associated with this project, the work that we've done would be part of that 25-year agreement to maintain it.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm going beyond 25 years.
So I'm going to have to get back to you on that, Councilman.
So if we, and Peter, that we need to have the understanding of, anything associated with drainage on this project, anything that leads into it, I want to know exactly, who takes care of what, because we have to account for it, right?
Exactly.
Joseph Briones, good afternoon, project manager for TxDOT and the director of construction for TxDOT as well. So we didn't touch the salt flats levee system. I think that's what you referenced at first. So the levee system had nothing to do with the project, but the salt flats ditch that we expanded will be under it's in TxDOT right away. Okay. So we will be maintaining those structures. Yes.
Okay, so let's just make sure we have
the structures of the waterway, though. We're asking about the waterway, not the structure.
Well,
Are you going to maintain the waterway?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, but I want to make sure that we have something in writing to say who takes care of what going forward, so there's not any gray area with regards to that. One of the biggest problems we have is, we're concerned about here is drainage, right? Yeah. So we want to make sure that whatever improvements have been done, that we have an understanding between the city and TxDOT as to who's responsible for what.
Yeah, if there's any ambiguity that exists now, we can get that
exactly
through some
MOU. Get it somewhere in writing, and
sure.
That way, if something happens, nobody's doing this finger pointing thing. So I just want to make sure that all along the bridge and every improvement that was done, that we have an understanding of who's responsible for what drainage. And Ernie, I know you're back there and hearing on that. We've been through this before, where who's doing what, and there's finger pointing. So, okay. So, the other side of that, well, in terms of, and I thought about this because we had a discussion with Chief Wade about how difficult it is to turn off a battery-operated vehicle fire, and what kind of firefighting provisions do we have on this bridge if there happens to be a Tesla that gets on fire there that you can't put out. So, is there a water main going along the extension of the bridge so that firefighters have the ability to turn out a fire that is
a lithium-ion battery fire? I mean, what do we have there?
We have drainage and utility packages for capturing spills and water. I'm not sure about,
We can run a pipe up there from the desal plant.
No, I mean, the reason I say that, well, they're not going to have enough water. I mean, these lithium-ion batteries are going to be a metal fire, basically. You can't just put them out with just little bit of water or what's on a truck. I mean, you have to, and then plus you would have damage to the bridge if it burned through over a period of time. So I want to make sure that there's some aspect of that to be able to deal with it. Now, the reason I bring this up is as a former naval officer on a ship, there were certain metals that could burn right through the ship. Magnesium, for instance. If you have, a lot of landing gear on aircraft have magnesium in them. So, those are things that you have to concern yourself with if you don't have a means to put them out.
certainly, and that's one of the reasons that this design, the durability of the concrete segments that are cast with this 170-year premium concrete mix, the durability and the ability to withstand a fire or corrosion is the reason we have gone with this design from the beginning.
Okay, and I'd ask that we look at that to make sure we have it, and if there is some element that we
From the
can.
accessibility to water.
Right. I mean, I don't think what we would do on the Navy ship is just jettison it off the side of the ship so it doesn't burn through the ship. I don't think that's an option here with the guard rails that you have there and everything. So it's something that I'd consider, and maybe you can talk to Chief Wade over there as well.
Okay.
All right. And last thing, and Peter, this is more for you in terms of, she had mentioned the demolition of the old bridge in 2025. I don't know if we have agreements in place about who's going to own what property once once those easements are freed up. If it's going to be in 2025 and they're going to have 4 months of demolition, probably mid-2025, we probably should have that plan in place well before. Something we should schedule for next year.
It's scheduled.
Right.
I mean, tentatively, but yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks,
Thank you.
Councilman.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Suckley and then Councilman Klein.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Lynn. Great presentation. My only comment question is related to Councilman Hernandez's first point about the right-of-ways. One of the slides showed the area on the south side where you've got all the different loops and things that are heading different directions. Is once all the construction is completed and all the materials, leftover materials and stuff is all cleared, what is that going to look like underneath? Is that all going to be
There's
vegetated?
landscape packages associated with this. We have seating plans. We have permanent grass seating as part of the slopes of the existing ramps and the new ramps. We have a full environmental team dedicated to finding that mix that sticks, if you will. So there is landscaping packages and there is grass seating associated with all the embankment and roadway.
Okay, and I assume there's probably significant security lighting and things all in that area
Certainly,
underneath
there's
there.
21 total high-mast lights. We've bringing in more and more lights with each stage of construction. Like I said, this phase of shifting onto new main lanes will bring in additional lighting as well. We have new underbridge lighting that's been installed at Nueces Bay, new underbridge lighting under Leopard Street. We installed luminaries along with Leopard Street, opening Leopard Street, and there's a high-mast light that casts a big radius around that area as well.
Okay, thank you, Lynn.
You're very welcome.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I'm going to bring this back up again because I'm sure the public's going to talk about this when I interact with them. There was a work stoppage, I guess, a little over a year ago for several months, and there were several issues. I think you said you got those all resolved. I just wanted to kind of address that once again. You've seen no return of those issues, and those issues have been resolved since then. You don't see any anticipated work stoppages going forward now regarding this construction. Is that correct?
No, we have a very extreme deliverable to hit with opening this bridge in the spring of 2025. Those 5 main elements that were addressed and discussed and resolved can be found on the TxDOT website. I could read them off here, but they're readily available. Like I said, completing the footing extension on the pylons on the towers. We just completed a 1,200 cubic yard pour back to complete that footing extension on the south side with the few remaining details. We don't, and like I said, multiple layers of quality assurance, quality control from TxDOT, the Austin Bridge Division, our own quality assurance plan. So we don't envision anything else.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Peter?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Lynn, just, save me time to call some of the staff and ultimately you, since you're here. The new Leopard Street overpass, I've driven it several times at night. I didn't see a lot of lighting. There's not a lot of lighting fixtures. I just noticed one almost on each end of the bridge in the middle span section, but none beyond that, leaving for a very dark environment, especially for walkers and traveling motorists. Can you guys reassess how many light fixtures, maybe more being put up, but what's there now is really insufficient?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. Lynn, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for
Thank you,
having us
gentlemen.
this morning before lunch.
Thank you for being here. Yes. Okay, so we are, the only item we'll go back to when we return from lunch is item number 19, and then we'll move on. So I think we have, we're going to go into executive session on item number 29 per Texas Government Code, sections 551.071 and 551.072. So we will return.
Fantastic.
That is my lucky one. I appreciate it. You look good. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting and go to item number 19, which was pulled from consent agenda. Item number 19 is a motion authorizing execution of the Third Amendment extending the recycling services agreement with BFI Waste Services of Texas, doing business as Republic Services of Corpus Christi. Councilman Hernandez, you pulled this.
Yes, thank you. And David, I know we had this discussion about it ahead of time up on the 6th floor of City Hall, and we had a good discussion about it. I guess that the concern here is that we only have one option. Heck, they don't even recycle here at the RTA. I mean, there's no recycling bins anywhere. And so, I mean, I just don't think we're doing a good job with, what we can with recycling, and it's costing us money, and we have no alternatives except what we're doing right now. That's not to say I'm going to vote for this because we need to move forward with it. But we need another option. We need more options to see what else we can do. Because this is, I mean.
Councilman, in terms of the processing or?
Whatever it is, I mean,
Yeah.
there's just no options. I mean, and it's costing us a lot of money.
Right.
Options for recycling?
Options for recycling. I mean,
You
is it?
either recycle or you don't, I
So,
think.
I don't know, we talked about possibly doing it in-house, because you're going to do the mulching stuff, well, all the paper stuff you could use for not mulching, composting, right? We could use all the paper stuff for composting, right? Is that, right? So, I don't know, we need to have a look at it, but let's look at it now for the future, so we're not, just kind of tooling along with one option. Right? And,
We'll definitely do some research and look and see what options we can come up with.
Yeah, no, Councilman, we have, David's being modest here. They have looked at options on this renewal and on the past two as well. They are limited, but there are options to the city.
All right, I'm not talking about the option of what we're doing right now.
No, I know.
Okay.
Let me just finish if I can. So the options include, like you said, the city could construct and do a processing plant. We could contract with an outside entity, another city in the nearby region. We could transport it to a destination to sort, process. So we've looked at that, and David's team has used a consultant that they use in the industry, Burns and McDonnell. So we are, right now, we do have just this one option available, but there's others that we can execute, and they're
Right,
looking at
we
it.
discussed that, right?
Yeah.
There's Laredo that has their own facility, I think what you said, McAllen.
McAllen and Laredo both operate their own.
Both operate the facility, San Antonio operates their own facility, and hauling it to those locations is probably not practical, right?
Well, we've looked at that from a price standpoint. Some of the pricing is better even if you do haul it.
Yeah, but in terms of capacity and what you put in, if you're doing a mixed thing like we're doing with all, paper,
Right.
aluminum, whatever that is, it's not like you're stacking it in and then taking it back, because somebody has to process it, right?
Right.
Somebody has to separate it.
Right.
Well, it's not quite, we're not going to be traveling down the highway with kind of mixed loads that don't have a lot of weight to them. Right? I think that was a discussion we had about that. Just need better, more options instead of just going down the road like what we've been doing with, this addition, with cost, because it is not cost, well, and then we don't really, like I said, we don't recycle here, we don't recycle at the auditorium, there's not recycling programs at apartment complexes. I mean, we're just,
right.
There's got to be more options. There's got to be more, and I'm a recycler. I have 2 of those blue bins at my house.
Me too, right.
So I'm taking this seriously, right?
Yeah.
I want us to recycle. I just want us to have a lot of options and more options to do this and better ways to do it. Let's build a better mousetrap.
But we will continue to look at new options. Like the city manager's mentioned, we've been looking at options. But with new technologies, new companies all the time, there are new opportunities, and we'll take a look at those, and we'll continue looking for new ways to do the business.
Okay, well, I mean, give me some timelines. I mean, can we do this next year before the budget cycle? What are your, Do we need an engineering review, something? Do we need cost estimates? I mean, do we need a consultant? What do we need?
Right, we will be getting with a consultant to analyze the different options that are available, the different things that can be done, the different things that should be done. You know, Laredo and McAllen have both opened their own facilities. Is that the right way to go? We don't know at this point, so we'll have to be getting professional help to analyze the different options. We've got an excellent program, we've got excellent people, but we have not the experience in staff to look at those things internally, so we'll be getting some help.
Right, and I would imagine McAllen is taking recycling from all the surrounding communities. I mean, that's more of a kind of a metroplex down there, right? So they could probably, you know, they take advantage of that. I mean, there's plenty of communities around us we could probably take advantage of that with as well. But it's, you know, unless we go look at the path on this recycling program and encourage, you know, other entities like the RTA to recycle, you know, I don't know. It just seems like we're half-assing it, so to speak.
Well, we'll definitely up the game, and we'll definitely look at additional options.
He wants to
Thank
pull
you.
us.
Okay.
Oh, I just had my microphone on, hold on.
Councilman Roy.
Thanks.
Maybe along with the same lines, can you tell me, in the industry, are they expanding or coming up with new ways, when I say new ways to recycle, because my wife's always telling me, oh, you can't put that pizza box in there, and you can't put that in there, and I can't put that in there. So at the end of the day, I end up pretty much sometimes just throwing everything in the trash. But is there going to be a point in time when we can expand the products that can go into recycling? Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
Yes, it does. And as the industry moves and changes, and there's been a lot of changes in the recycling industry moving forward, that we will be able to do some of that. We've got a compost facility that we're moving forward. We did get the permit modification. We'll be bringing an agenda item shortly to start construction on that compost facility. And that will allow us to take those pizza boxes that have the grease and the food on them, and we'll be able to move those into the compost facility and keep those out of the landfill.
Yeah, like paper plates that have like...
Exactly. Used paper products can go into the compost bin.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
That can't go into the recycle bin. So those are some options that are coming up. The recycling industry itself, plastics recycling, there's some new things coming in. Depending upon who you talk to, some claim they're good, some claim they're bad. It's still in the infancy. Chemical recycling is one of the options, I believe. Houston's getting involved in with some other companies. So there's some things happening in the industry, things that are moving forward. I don't think we want to be a guinea pig at this point. We want to wait until they get a little more mature and then be able to take advantage of those options down the road.
Okay, thanks.
Councilman Pusley.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, you know, my problem has always been, David, it's just no reflection on you or your staff, but I just don't think we've ever done a deep dive on what we're doing with recycling to determine whether the cost benefit or that it would withstand a cost benefit analysis. I think the way we do it is a little convoluted. And, you know, I'm like a lot of other people. When I walk to the garbage can, I go, well, hell, I don't know where this goes. So I just open the green one and throw it in there. So, I think that we need to look at how we're doing it, what we're doing. If we need to get some expertise from outside the city to help us with that, because every time we turn around, you guys are coming to us with a cost increase. You've done it almost every year that I've been here, the short time I've been here. So we've got to do something to quit, you know, doing that. We've got, the whole goal of recycling is supposed to save us money, and I don't see that happening.
Recycling, curbside, single sort recycling will probably never save us money. The value comes in from other areas and
like
the
what?
environmental benefits and the cost value of recycling, that's not my decision to make, that's the council's decision.
Well, I can tell you, I don't think it's saving us any money whatsoever.
No, it's
costing
not,
us-
but Councilman,
it's-
but I agree, because I think what you're saying and what we're hearing and what I support is it's black or white. You either recycle or you don't, right? And then you have to know, what do you recycle? There's an educational piece, to your point. Instead of going, well, I don't know, is it a one, is
All
it?
in the same can.
Right. Well, and we don't want to do that, but there's an educational piece. But I think the overall message here is, let's look at, right, what are the options, or what is the long-term goal? Do we build something that is going to make it more sensible to continue to do, so that we're not dealing with, the constant inflation of, or the cost, I should say, of recycling?
We will definitely, as Councilman Hernandez and Pusley both mentioned, we need to do some more studies, we need to look deeper. We'll do a deep dive.
Let's do a deep dive to see what is ultimately the best solution.
We'll get the help that we need, and we'll make sure that we get it done right.
Okay. Councilman Klein.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just kind of piggybacking on what you said just a minute ago regarding the education issue. Dave, when we talked about this last week, you mentioned to me that I think you called it the infiltration rate of trash gets put into the recycling. Contamination, sorry. Yeah, heading to 40%, now it's down to 29%. That's great work. I appreciate that. I'd like to see that 29% get down, reduced still further yet as well. And I think an education campaign can do that. I've been thinking about this since you and I met. I would offer myself to do PSIs, public service announcements, information about this. What can be recycled, what cannot be recycled. I've been out there to Republic Services about 5 or 6 times now, toured it. It's been a few years since I've been out there, since before the pandemic, so some of my information is a bit out of date perhaps. But I have a pretty good grasp of this, and I think that when I get invited onto radio programs in particular, they're always asking me, what can be recycled, what cannot? They ask the same kind of questions over and over. So clearly there's a need yet for additional information. And so I would recommend that we do an education campaign for the public to try to explain to them, to all of us, so that we understand what can be recycled, what cannot be recycled. If the lid of the pizza box can be recycled, it can be actually, if it doesn't have food items on it.
Or you can
but
cut
obviously
off
the bottom.
lid.
Right, that's right.
That's what we do.
It all depends whether there's food attached to it or not, and then it's a composting item instead. So that's what I would say going forward, is looking at education campaigns. And as I said, I'm offering myself, and I have some friends as well that'd be willing to help out with this as well. I'm going to volunteer them for this as well. Thanks.
Well, you'll probably be happy to hear that we do have a Recycle Right campaign that we've been running for 2 years now.
Yeah.
You'll probably see some of the RTA buses shortly with recycle messages wrapped on the sides of them. So we're in the RTA building. And so we do have a program. We've got 2 people on staff that move that forward. It's been a slow start, but we have reduced the contamination from 43% down to 29%. We have a target goal of 18%. And the first portion, we got a pretty hefty reduction the first year, and the next year was a little bit less, and it's probably going to get tougher as we go. And we'll take all the help we can get. Anybody that's willing to spread the message, we're willing to put them to work.
Okay, Councilman Suckley.
Just real quick, thanks, David. Appreciate you spending 30 minutes or so with me the other day at briefing and educating me on what we're doing. But back to the rates, the 29% versus the 40%, and to Councilman Pusley's and others' comments about what to throw and what not to throw, is now you end up, seems like I make a decision a lot of time about whether I spend 2 gallons of water to clean out a coffee creamer container so I could throw it in the red bin or the blue bin versus throwing it in the green bin. And so now you're trying to decide about what's more important, water or recycling right now. So anyways, it's a challenge, and I get it, and I appreciate all y'all's work on that.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? We have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. No. The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Layfeld. And that takes us to section M, individual consideration items, numbers 25 through 27. Item number 25 is an ordinance authorizing a construction contract to JE Construction Services, LLC for base bid 1 to Mako Contracting for base bid J. and to Grace Paving and Construction, Inc. for base bid K for the fiscal year 2023 residential street rebuild program located citywide with fiscal year 2024 funding, appropriating $8,718,007.34 from the unreserved fund balance and amending the fiscal year 2024 operating and capital budget.
I move for approval.
Oh, we have a motion.
And Mayor, can I just say, that was a big caption, but basically this is $15 million in residential street work.
$15 million and
$15
a
million
lot of-
in residential street work. It's
Right.
one of 3 packages, 2 more coming next week for a massive investment
Okay, right, one of 3.
residential street
It is,
work.
and this is a huge investment in,
Right.
not only to the team, because it is an indirect team membership, if you will, but it's across the city of
Right.
fixing our residential streets, which has been a priority of this council. So thank you for pointing that out. Do we have a second? I know this
I'll
is,
second
we
that.
have a second. Okay, I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 25? Okay, there being no one, I'll close public comment. Like I said, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any further discussion? Yes, sir. Councilman Klein.
Just very quickly, Ernie, I think I emailed you about this as well. I'm just going to ask the question again in public, that this contract is for residential streets. We have hired, what is, I think, 2 in-house crews currently. We're looking to hire additional crews to do to do residential streets specifically. So this contracted work would be in addition to what the in-house crews are doing? I just want to make clarification on that.
Yes, sir. It's in addition to the contract that's coming in December as well. This one is what we call the legacy projects from the old approach. And what's coming next in December are the 5 contracts for the 5 times faster residential street program.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ernie. Councilman Suckley.
Sorry, one more comment, and I appreciate you giving me back the information, Ernie, but I'm going to take my opportunity to whine about not in District 4, because I asked Ernie for a table of what impacting the $15 million in streets, and there were 0 streets in District 4 and 0 streets in District 1, so all the rest of them were in 2, 3, and 5. So I know this was decided a while ago, but again, I just want to look out for District 4 because we know there's a good number of opportunities, let's say, in
Yes, sir.
District 4. Thank you.
Yeah, we have, as far as the program, when it was first developed, this program, I think there was 10 projects that went to District 4 when the program first started, and I could look up the ones for District 1, but I'm sure there was equity built into the selection, and this is the first IMP that was developed, and then we reprioritized for what we have now. So whatever was on that list is part of the first IMP program that we went and reprioritized after the fact.
Thank you. Councilman Pusley.
So this is the beginning of our pavement-only project, is that correct?
No, sir, these are the remnants of the old program.
This is remnants of the old program that we're going to finish up. So have we started on the other yet?
That one is going to bid December, I believe, 13th? December 13th is when that one goes to bid. That's 5 contracts. Then that one's going to have 5, the intent is to have 5 contractors all paving at the same time, in addition to our crews.
Yeah, our crews have already, Councilman, our crews have already started the pavement-only approach. The city crews have.
Yeah. Right.
So the contract crews will be put under contract next council meeting for them to do only that type of work.
And Peter, just to clarify, we also did some contract work on that pavement only that we did via change order that council approved on the Bay SPMP contract.
That's a good point, Jeff. Thanks for that reminder. So the answer is we've already begun the new approach in 2 different ways. One, this summer, the council approved a change order to redirect work for one of our vendors to just do the pavement only. And the city crews have been doing just pavement only by and large. The 24 budgets contracts will come to council next week.
Correct.
Okay, have we updated the IMP plan to show what is going to be under each program, this and the new payment only?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, it'd be good if we can have a scorecard as we go along, what streets have been done, which ones have completed. We have to do that on a quarterly basis.
We have that process, Councilman, yeah, on a quarterly basis.
Yeah.
We had been providing that. With this change in method,
Yeah, I
it's
know, but
slowed a
this
little
is,
bit.
the payment only is going to be a different deal, so.
Right, we'll provide it
We have to
quarterly.
gauge the success of that by looking at how many
Exactly.
streets we're getting done in
Yes, sir.
on a per quarter basis.
Yeah, we're going to do that on a quarterly basis.
All right.
We'll continue
Thank
that
you.
You're going to
practice.
continue it? Okay,
Right.
wonderful. Okay, did we have a motion? We did, in a second, okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 26 is a resolution authorizing an advance funding agreement with the Texas Department of Transportation for a highway safety improvement program project intended to promote safety for motorists, bicyclists, and pedestrians through intersection improvements that include new traffic signals, interconnect, and flashing yellow arrows at the Airline Road and McCardle Road intersection, in which TxDOT is contributing $329,540.19, with the city's local participation in the amount of $87,364.60, for a total estimated project cost of $416,904.79.
Good deal.
Renee?
I move for approval.
Okay, do we have a second? Wonderful, we have a motion and a second. I'll go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 26? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. And I'll entertain a motion to, we did. I'm sorry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 27 is a resolution authorizing execution of interlocal cooperation agreements with local public education districts to establish real property development procedures, fees, responsibilities, and related matters applicable to the districts. Gentlemen?
Hoping for the same thing.
That's, yeah, you're waiting for the motion? Get on up here, Al.
Steve was holding me up. I'll wait for the presentation to load. This is, well, really, I think this is a good news item, but Mayor and Council, Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. Next slide, please. This resolution is to authorize execution of an interlocal agreement between the local public education districts and the City of Corpus Christi to clearly establish development procedures and processes, party responsibilities, fees for service, and other related matters in an effort to implement or help facilitate the district's CIP projects. Some of the benefits that you see there, the ILA reduces fees, which saves taxpayers money. The ILA coordinates traffic-related issues and items early on in advance so that the city and the districts understand what their role is early on in the process. The ILA allows projects to be permitted under the building code at the time the bond was passed, and that's a great benefit because the newer codes may be more expensive, so it also helps control cost. And basically, the ILA helps establish concise rules that help facilitate, or in this case, expedites construction. Next slide, please. Additional benefits, the ILA reduces timelines for plan review and permit issuance, which creates a quicker turnaround time, which also helps us get out to starting construction faster. One of the important things of ILA, I think, is that it establishes mandatory early assistance meetings at no cost before design starts, during design, and we also the city will review a 90% submission just to make sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed before they submit the final set. And of course, this reduces unnecessary delays. The ILA also expedites portable building permitting, which from district standpoint saves money, and it allows them more flexibility. They can use these buildings across the district. And it says there that all school district projects will be DSD priority, but really all ILA projects will be a DSD/city priority. Next slide, please. In short, or in summary, right, this ILA promotes communication, coordination, and collaboration between the city and districts to help facilitate their CIP projects as they go forward. Number two, it saves taxpayer money, not just because it's not just the city's fees, say on development fees, but also it reduces delays or wait times, which means you get to construction much faster. And of course, that's the real money and the real money for the taxpayer. So staff recommends approval, and I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I'm assuming this kind of came about from the debacle with CCISD and the Southside campuses for the elementary and the middle school, right?
I would rather not say, but we've been working on it we've talked about it, and we've just really been working on it for a while.
You'd rather not say that it was part of that debacle, or? I'm messing with him. I'm messing with him. But I can call it a debacle because it was. So what is it? I mean, I'm assuming that this is an agreement to follow it. What if it is not followed?
What if it is not followed?
That was the reason why I'm assuming we're doing this, because they weren't following our processes.
Correct, but there's a lot of benefit, I dare say, on both parties that would I was going to say eliminate the need for penalties if it was not followed, right? So it's not just the fees, but the reduced fees that the school districts get, or let's just say the ILA participants get, but it's coordination with other city departments involved in the development process. It's turnaround time, it's inspection time, it's moving up to the head of the list, it's issuing of temporary certificate of occupancies. It's a lot of things that is beneficial to the school district or to the ILA participants that we just didn't put a penalty in there for if it was not followed.
What is a normal penalty if it's not followed?
If you do work without a permit, there's a fine in our fee schedule.
There's not a fine if they do the same thing under this ILA?
Actually, in theory, no, there's not.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Dice, who is the mastermind behind it, says they won't get their discount. It's a 50%. Let me share this with you. And of course, if you read the ILA, projects $5 million and under, they get a 25% discount. Projects over $5 million, which is almost every project that in this case CCISD deals with, they get a 50% discount. By going against that or not complying with the rules of the ILA, they don't get that discount, which is a sizable hickey.
Okay, so what's the process in that? Let's say they start construction without the permit. You notify them that they will not be getting the discount as opposed to the ILA. Is there some sort of notification? I mean, I'm just looking at what happened previously, right?
Understood. And previously, there was no written process to follow. Now there is, right? The school district, as you probably know, took this to their board. CCISD took this to their board a couple of weeks ago, and the ILA passed, right? Which is their commitment that says, okay, I'm going to agree to the words of this interlocal agreement. So we didn't put back clawback clauses in here of penalty and those kinds of things. So I didn't think that was necessary. We didn't think at the time that that's necessary. However, it's up for your approval, which we still could do.
Basically, under 801, if they violate provisions of the ILA is canceled. So ultimately, what Al is saying is they have an incentive for us to work together. $100 million project is $200,000 or so in fees, or even more. John would attest to that. So by them following and us working together throughout the process, they save money and they save time. So it only incentivizes them for us to work together to make it happen. Highly unlikely they would ever do something in violation of the ILA.
And can I just add to that?
I'm not going to hold my breath on that one, but yeah. Okay, and this is not just for CCISD, I hope, it's for all school districts.
Understood.
Right? Is it?
Yes.
It is.
Is available
It
for all
is.
school districts?
Yes, all that are listed on the
They're
ILA,
listed in
yes.
Okay, so I'm just verifying it. I read what it said. I just want to make sure we're all understanding that that's the case. Now, I'm not necessarily, I was kind of disappointed that there was nothing that states what happens when you violate this, other than that it's canceled, but there's no penalty, other than you end up paying the normal price, like everybody else does. So, all right, thank you.
Yeah, Councilman Pusley.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that was going to be my question, and I was sure that took place. Y'all have met with all the school districts. They've taken this to their respective boards and gotten approval, I assume.
We, Councilman, we spent, as Councilman Hernandez said, we spent a lot of time with CCISD working with them, working with the other development departments involved in the development process to create this ILA. We've reached out to the other districts. We've gotten some commentary, but we've not met with them to the level that we've been working with CCISD on. So we're in the process of reaching out to all of the other 7 or so on the list. But to date, most of this has come, we've worked with CCISD on.
Sorry, they've all been contacted. CCISD had a lot in the hopper, so we've been focusing on taking care of them first. Everybody else, superintendents have all been called and emailed.
Well, for example, Toloso Midway just got a huge bond package.
Bond package, yes.
Passed, so they're going to be starting a bunch of stuff.
And this will benefit them.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is really good. I hope they see the value of it. Back in the late 80s, the Toloso Midway School District sued the city of Corpus Christi over this issue of the charges that were being assessed to the school district and really amounted to what our attorneys at Toloso Midway called double taxation, or that one entity can't tax another, and Toloso Midway won that lawsuit here in district court. So I think it's really good that we're sitting down and working with a interlocal agreement. We just need to make sure that all the school districts understand how this works and that they buy into it.
Yes,
Not
sir.
just CCISD, but all of them.
Understood, agreed.
Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
First, Al, and I want to give a whole lot of credit to Steve because, number one, I know 5 years ago when the Port of Corpus Christi wanted to engage into a contract and they were at 50%, and we were going to go ahead and not charge them any fees at all. And it was quite contentious, I know, on my part. And I had said, why are we going to give them this for free, especially with an entity that at that time had $90 million in overages with regard to their revenue and with regard to their expenses, and why would we do that? And I think that's when we had made that decision at that time to quit giving the 50% discount. And I would say it was a debacle, but I think it was a debacle on our part. I remember Peter and I Peter, myself, and Al had a very spirited conversation on my birthday as I was on my way to go spend some time with my family and take the day off early, when I found out that we had issued a stop work order when we had already given a permit at risk for them to proceed. And then all of a sudden we're like, oh, wait a minute. So, and my thing has been, when I talked to Steve, to Mr. Vieira, is we just have to have a commitment to give good service, to give excellent service, the finest and personalized service to our largest developers in the community. Toloso Midway's bond package was how much, Mike? 120 million, something like that?
I think it was like 80, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a huge package. So we have to recognize And I believe CCISD's was in excess of 200 million, something like that. So we have to be proactive, because I have customers that require, in my industry, a huge amount of complexity. And the reason that we have to work together is that we can't just take it for granted. And I've said this to you, and I've said this to Steve and Peter, in this time of artificial intelligence, if all we're going to do is basically strictly quote whatever the UDC says, then what are we paying individuals for discretion? We've got to have foresight, we've got to understand, we've got to work together, we've got to work with them, so that way, because in this essence, even if we give them 50% off, and it holds them back a year, 2 years, or whatever the case is, and issues that they have with supply chain issues, with the cost of materials, with the cost of labor. We talked so much in our budget here recently about the excessive cost of fuel, the excessive cost of labor. So what happens is we may give them 50% off, and because we're not coordinating properly with our largest developers, we may end up costing them another 125%. So we need to take personal ownership that we're all partners in this. And that's really what I want to convey. And I want, Al, once again, I didn't give you a whole lot of attaboys. But I tell you what, today is particularly with code compliance and with this providing the incentive and us taking a proactive approach. We're the only game in town. So I have to deal with competition. So therefore, I have to be bigger, faster, stronger, smarter, because I've got to compete. We can't take that for granted. And we've got, if you're gonna provide true tax savings, we've got to work with all our partners, whether they be the private sector or the public sector. But we've just got to recognize 2 school districts, that's already $300 million, almost $300 million. 400, yeah, $300 million, $300 million in that neighborhood. So I see this as a great thing. I don't think any agency wants to be non-compliant, but I think the thing is that we just need to coordinate with our professionals, with their professionals, and not have this culture of, that's where I felt that we were disconnected from the port. We've been disconnected, and that was before your time. And then I felt that we were disconnected when we had this debacle, that I think there's enough blame to go around. So I want to, once again, this is the result of you guys working on this for several years and now recognizing this is how we sharpen the saw. So good job, and I'm definitely, and with that, unless anybody else has comment, I move for approval.
Okay, do we have any other comment? We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And with no further business, yes?
Before we adjourn, I'd like to just share one piece of fun information if I
Okay,
could.
go right
I was
ahead.
going to do this at open forum today, but we weren't having much fun, so I decided to push it till now.
Okay.
I don't know if you've all noticed, but we have a school here that has moved to the state 5A District 1 quarterfinals, which is 2 boxes from being at the state game, and that's my alma mater, Roy Miller High School. They beat Victoria West last Friday night, 51-48. They are undefeated, 13-0 in play. If you didn't see that game, you missed a barn burner. They scored. Miller was behind with 51 seconds to go, and they drove the length of the field and scored a touchdown to win. So anyway, they play Veterans Memorial in Brownsville this Friday at the Brownsville Stadium. There's buses being chartered to go down there, but if you have a chance, send them a good luck.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. And
Piece of great news.
I think there's going to be a send-off for them in the evening. Peter, maybe you can send us that info, because I think there's an orchestrated send-off. and
Yeah,
I
let
think
us
that'd be
know when that's
wonderful.
going to be.
Yes.
I'd like sure.
For
We'll work with the
everybody
district
to
to
be
find
able to
out,
go.
right.
Yeah.
We're
I know
very
the
proud of
game,
them.
right, and the game last Friday, that was a great game, but I didn't get a chance to go, but I did watch it online, so we'll probably get a chance to see if we can't get down to Brownsville, see it online as well, this Friday's game.
Yeah.
But Councilman, thank you for bringing that up. I wanted to
Yes.
myself, and I forgot to. Some of the local news stations unfortunately have buried the story way down below. It should be a headline story for this
It
region.
should be.
Well,
This
there's
is a-
something else that happened this year that probably later we'll get to recognize. Hopefully, the coach, Justin Evans, Coach Evans, broke a record this year for the most wins of any coach that's ever coached football at Miller High School. Wow. That's a big deal.
Yeah,
That
very
goes
big.
back, Pete Regas held that record from back in the early 60s, when the last time Miller High School won state, Pete Regas was the coach.
Wow.
So he broke Pete Regas's record. That's a big deal.
That's great. We're very proud of our Bucks. Say it, Mike. Go Bucks.
Go Bucks.
Awesome. Well, we'll make sure we keep up with them and of course, bring them in to proclaim their day.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, sir. Okay, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.